it is gonna be time. Mic check. 1, 2. To Legit City on the mic. We were in. Today's potentially the last day of the run. Cycle 2434. Hey man, collateral damage, man. That happens sometimes. Especially when your name is Jason Bourne. Use a DDR pad to devastate yourself to victory. I've seen that, man. I remember when that was a craze, to use random objects to beat the game. I saw the dude. I saw there was a dance pad Monster Hunter that was actually kind of impressive, given how Monster Hunter has to play. Nah, man, I don't have space for a dance pad in my room. He's a good roommate. Hey, man. I hear he's very forgetful. All right. We are currently gonna be, the vacuum's done. I probably want to just in case this. And go around. And then potentially do a setup here. Yeah, it should be fine. Alright, and then after we get this built, we're going to start digging into this, get it built. So let's start thinking about how the build's going to work out so we can get this rolling from the get-go. Ooh, no power. Wait, how come? Oh yeah, this is not connected to anything. Yeah, I was going to use this as my AQ. I forgot about that. I had a preset AQ sub. So this could be used for the cooling for some of the stuff. Yeah. So that means I do kind of want to dig this out, drain out some of the liquid. So I think we will want to do that. Alright, I think the best thing to do is drain it down to the bottom. So we want to dig that. Let the water drain. And then from this side, I probably want to drain out the water here. So boop, boop, boopy, boop. This is oxygen. None of this is hot. We kind of want to just have that go down to the bottom. Not a lot of P oxygen, but it'll be fine. Alright, let's try to get this done. Dig. Should be all safe. Probably don't need to dig that, but we could probably get stuck here, which is kind of a problem. Alright, let's just dig it like this. Let the dupes work really fast. A little bit of hot igneous. Alright, steel. Non-sweep only. Let him move all the steel that's not inside the temperature plates into the spot. This is fine. It's getting a little warm, but I want to go through more of the magma. Alright, should be good. Ooh, this is getting built. Alright, this getting built is what we want to use to get started. Once we get up to here, I probably want to start digging all of this abyssalite. Feels like it makes a lot of sense to do that, so we will. Alright, and then we want to dig that down. Found out we're getting vape detectors installed in the bathrooms. That's so ridiculous, man. Vape detectors. That's so jank. What an age it is to be alive. You live through the cigarette bans so that it's like you can't smoke indoors anymore. And then now it's like, oh, we got vapes now. That seems so jank, man. Yo, man. What happens if you get caught with the vape? The kids, man. What happens to the kids? This is also cold water. It's gonna chill down the area pretty well. Alright, speed this up. I work for the discipline school for the district, so they get sent to us. Oh, wow. Guys, watch out, man. You get in trouble, they're gonna send you to Cthulhu. Don't get in trouble, kids. You gotta watch out. We'll have a talk. Alright, release the waters. Pretty impressive waterfall. Temperature is immediately heating up, cooling down. It's kind of impressive. We need to release this water because we're gonna have to put pipelines from here inside to the build. Texas passed a law last year saying kids aren't allowed to use cell phones in school. So most of the kids are just there using their phone. Oh, wow. I mean, I'm also kind of weird. I don't understand how people could be on their phones for that long. Like, it's funny, man. As a kid, when I was young, I would be playing my Game Boy and playing Pokemon. And it's like, you know, it's a fun time. You know, you get it. And then it's like my parents and my siblings would be like, get off the phone. I mean, get off the phone. Stop playing the Game Boy. And then now that we're older, it's a complete 180. I am the only person that's not on their phone all day, every day. I am almost never on the phone. The only time I use my phone is for like my phone alarm. I'm cooking something and I need a timer. And it's funny, man. Like, it's so crazy how it's so different now. I have lots of people in the office just glued to that thing. It is, and it's like, I just don't know, man. You'd think they run out of things to scroll, but never do. Yeah, the endless scrolling feature of like every one of those websites, like Reddit, was probably the problem. Back in my days, I would learn how to put games on the TI-83 graphing calculator. Oh yeah, dude. That was the business. I remember people were playing like Snake and Tetris on that. And I had the reputation in class where the teacher didn't pay attention to me because I would always understand the material. And when I'm on the calculator, teacher's like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just doing the homework. Because I would do the homework in class. I was that kid because I never wanted to go home and do homework. So I would get out of my way and try to do everything for school at school. So as a result, the teacher, oh, okay, that's cool, man. I remember one time I came into class. I was like, teacher, isn't that yesterday's homework? So, oh, I didn't update it yet. Oh, okay. I was gonna do yesterday's homework again. It's sad to see some of the youngins can't read analog clocks. Dude, you know what's sad? When you ask a kid what's 21 minus 7 and they pull out their phone. I feel like basic arithmetic is gone, man. I put Emerald on the TI. Dude, this guy outperformed the people that put Doom on the phones. He put the full Pokemon game, dude. we is good, right? Yeah, everything's looking all right. Processing this is a little slow. It certainly does not run Crisis. Yep, it does not. That specific brand of calculator was a bit OP. The TI-81 was really strong, not gonna lie. Kids aren't learning how to write in cursive. Dude. No calligraphy anymore. No cursive is impressive. I remember it was like a big thing to learn how to write in cursive. Because we, as a kid, we were really excited to learn how to have our own signature. I remember that, man. There was a class where it was like, kids, today we're gonna learn how to write cursive. And I was like, what's cursive? And then the teacher was like, do you know when your mom or dad signs something, they have to sign their name? It's in cursive. And everyone's like, oh yeah. And everyone got excited. Because it's like, we're gonna finally start getting our own name to sign. And that was one of the big things we had to do. We practiced writing our own name in cursive and try to get a flair to it. Didn't have to be proper. It would be our signature though. And we got a fake ID. I remember that. In our elementary school, we got a fake ID that would say like our name, what class we're in, and then we would have to sign the back like it was like a credit card. And it was one of those things that, you know, we just did as kids so that we could you know, they made us learn and motivate us. Are kids gonna sign things with emojis? Dude, when I'm first generation, right? I remember my dad signing something, and it was literally like Times New Roman, no cursive, just straight up wrote his name, and that was his signature. It doesn't have to be in cursive. This is what I found out. You can just sign the way you want to. It's kind of crazy. You could do a scribble. You could just do normal font, dude. That stuff was crazy. First gen here too. Yep, that happens, man. It's like they signed it. What are you gonna tell me? That signature is wrong? Draw a house and say, dude, I've seen someone do something like that. Send me text. I remember I saw someone, his name was Jeffrey, and he did, and then he did a signature, and then he comes back and he converts the J into a bird. And he starts adding like the wings here and the small little beak. And that was part of his signature. The J was a bird. And it turns out he was like a comic book artist or something like that. But yeah, it's like, you can't copy that. Like, that's his, like, yeah, that's what he does, drawing. And he did that for his name when he would sign stuff. So if you get an autograph, I heard he used blue ink. Damn, you know the same dude I know? I think he was like kind of famous. Like he wrote comics for one of the newspapers or something like that. Duz knows what I'm talking about, maybe? I'm not actually sure if Duz knows about the thing. Does Duz know? I see you over there, Duz. Welcome in. Yeah, that's my name. It looks like the word void. Yo, is that legal? Is that legal? You signed void on the check. Blue Jay. Yo, man, it looked like a cardinal, to be honest, the way he drew it. But you know what? Maybe it was a blue jay. That makes a lot of sense too. The blue jay. Dude, that's got to be illegal, right? Can you name your son or daughter on the birth certificate void so it messes up every computer system while they're going into the school program? It's like, oh, it looks like they messed up your name. Is there anyone that I didn't call? But yeah, it's me. My name is Void. Oh, that's a real name. I thought the machine just messed up. Drop table, dude. Oh my god, dude, imagine. Dude, you have to get lucky though. What if they like change computer language and then all that gets bopped? There are people whose name is Lloyd and signature often mistaken as Void. Oh, that's actually pretty good. At some point though, I would imagine they could be potentially doing that on purpose. I hate to say that, but would be kind of interesting. All right, so people of chat, really quick heads up update. This is the last geyser we got to do. So we're going to be doing a volcano tamer right now. I mean, you say that, man. All it takes is someone making up another scare. Oh yeah, we got a new Y2K. And there was like, we got an update, man. Oh shit. We got the new Y2K thing going on. Now, of course, I don't imagine that's going to happen, but you never know. All right, so we're going to do the easy 3 tile setup that we have. So this is going to be obsidian right here. There's nothing else I could name, though. I could name the geyser, I guess. I don't have the critter naming mod. So maybe the geyser. So we could say, yeah, you could use that to name the geyser stuff. Okay, so we know this is 3 tiles. Technically, this should be fine. Yeah, technically that should be fine. I am gonna run another ladder here just in case, because I might want to remove this one. And then I might want to get a ladder on the outside right here. Yeah, man, we got the ghost pepper sauce right now. Zara coming in with the dupe. What do you want to name, dude? Vesuvius? Alright, man. Vesuvius is in. Totally not gonna collapse the colony. What's going on, D-Mayor? Welcome in. Totally not gonna be a problem. The name is for luck. Sure. Sure. What was, oh man, I remember there was a bodega that got like very viral. And that guy would always say it like that. Alright, really quick, I want to make sure we get the blueprint right. We know that we're pushing magma here. We're going to do a condenser right here. So that's going to be 3 tiles, okay. And then we know that that means our turbine's in here. And that means I need to replace this layer with insulated tiles. I should just dig it down, but I'm not sure. For the sake of time saving, I want to say we do this. Sometimes you do the do. And then we know that this is going to be a condensing room. So we would want steel. So we're going to do a 2-tile setup. And then we're going to do a 2-tile wide. So 2 turbine wide. So 10 tiles. We want to make sure we're not breaking it into any gas pockets. That's going to be bad. Okay, and we know that this is going to be obsidian there. So we know that we got to do the magma to drop into the metal setup. That does the thing. After that happens, we have to set up the turbines to actually run the igneous. And then we do a cooling box somewhere. We might do the cooling box here. Feels like it makes sense. I am potentially thinking about running an aqua tuner on top of this since we're already going to be using it. And I feel like it's not bad. We don't even need a radiant pipe. We can just run a regular pipe. The only thing is that we're going to have to break into the room again with hydrogen, which is not a bad thing. I guess we get ready for that. Yay. It does work. I can't be mad about it. I guess we don't have to. I do want to use up some of this space though. The water is mopped up. We're going to use this aqua tuner for some cooling because it's already set up. All we got to do is attach a pipeline to here and there. Okay, so another 3 here. My man falling asleep. Goddamn, dude, what he was doing. So we have that. So cooling box to condense. This is going to be the steam turbines to run the belt line. That makes sense. All right, cool. I am probably going to want to ladder up this side. And then we're going to climb up this way to start digging out some of the stuff. We know that I'm probably going to want this, because it's under the neutronium, to be the tile setup. And then this is going to be steel door. Right? Not this setup. Right? So it's going to be like that. 2x3. Dude, Pompeii was screwed. They never had steel discovered or plastic. I can't imagine they were going to be able to deal with the volcano without steel or plastic, dude. Just saying. Pompeii had the disadvantage of not teching up. They were able to sustain food and oxygen and then just stopped right there. So underneath door, we get the shape and then we get the mesh. Okay. So here. Yeah. So we want that. That spills down this way. Hey, it's true. It's true, man. I don't know what to tell you. That there, that goes up, that spills down. You know, that'd be a good challenge though, like the Molar, but instead of an asteroid, it's a huge volcano. Get a super modded volcano that has this production value, but the activity of a water geyser. 389 for 594. That'd be really dank, man. That would be really dang. That would be kind of fun though at the same time. They didn't have the rads. Nah, they did. Sunlight, dude. All they had to do was wait for a clear day. No clouds. And they technically could have harvested it. Just saying, man. They had the sunlight. Have you ever collected space rat raffle? Hell no. that sucks, man. You know what I'm saying? That's not what we call the business. That's a bad time. A wise man once told me, hell nah. And he was right. Hell nah, man. That's not a good time. Wait, do I want to do that? Alright, so this goes down. And then we do the setup here. So that means the igneous ends up on this side. Okay, that's fair. So we know that this pushes up and over. That means I need steel here. And then this is going to be... Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. It's going to be insulated. Okay, so we have to move this tile. Because we need to start insulating the sign and get our steel mesh here. So given how that works, we'll get the metal set up. Actually, could we move all of this to here? It's temporary. We do it for now. Okay. My man, Mob Barley, always sleeping in the build. Guys, you know what I've realized about myself? That I don't know if it's something that you guys actually enjoy of me, or if it's something that's been detrimental to kind of me. And I feel like I want to change this. I want to grow and be better. Usually working. Welcome in. This guy's usually working. But it's Friday the 13th. He lost his job. He got fired on his day off. Sad times. Anyways, my man usually working is looking for a job. He's accepting side hustles and gigs. If you guys know somebody that's needing, you know, I hate to tell them the truth, but he used to be a stripper, male stripper. So if you guys got a bachelorette party coming up, you know who to call. What's going on? Usually working. I'm just kidding, man. Usually working, very wholesome. Let's say this, man. That song from Gwen Stefani is talking about usually working. That milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. And you know what? Damn right, it's better than yours. That made me spit take. Hey man, my bad. Yeah, clean that up, man. Can't get none of the fluids on the keyboards. Yeah, man. I had to do the there was something I had to opt into on the Twitch side, and as a result, I have to kind of have my security for the auto mod be a little bit tighter. You know, man. They don't think be like it is, but it do. Be like that sometimes. Alright, a little bit of lag. What's going on though? I see you over there. Oh yeah, as I was talking, I feel like I have this mental process where I feel like I need to know that it will work before I even attempt it. You guys ever see people say, the scientists asked if they could, not if they should? That's kind of how it is. I feel like I asked that question, can that work? And then in my own mind, if it doesn't make sense or I don't think it can, I feel like I get to this point where it's, for lack of better words, it feels like I don't try as hard as I should. It's like, whether it's doubt, whether it's something else, I feel like I do that. I don't think it's bad though. I feel like that's part of the thing that I do when it comes to like trying new things. I don't think it's bad when you're playing Oni, but trying something new where you don't have a good scope of the capabilities of what's possible, I feel like that hurts that, because it's like I would give up before I would even try, you know? No, like playing a new video game. Like if I was playing Mugenics and I don't know how the mechanics work, I'm just really hesitant to make any decision. Like I didn't want to donate my kitty cats because I was like, I gotta keep my kitty cats. You can't fail if you don't try. Yeah, but then it's like some people look at that as a good thing. It's like, yeah, I didn't fail. That's why. Right? And I feel like that's part of the problem. I'm not sure if it is, but it really do feel like that sometimes. Bro, you got me through so much of my life just being there. Hey, we do our best to be ourselves. So, hey, if you guys enjoy it, dude, that's all I could ask for. For you guys to be part of the journey, cheer me on when you guys can. But we're just here trying to do our best. But yeah, man, it feels like that sometimes. It really do. It's kind of reassuring though, for when you guys say that it's like, oh yeah, it's cool, it's not a big deal. I'm like, you know what, that's kind of nice, man. Can't have that reassurance. Hey, Sugi, thank you so much. With 1,000 bits, that's how it be, and it do. It really do be like that sometimes. And shout out to you, Sugi. Thank you for the support, supporting me in the Mamba. Mamba, you getting chicken dinner tonight, baby. He doesn't hear me. He's sunbathing right now. It is, you know, California weather. We got the big sunlight right now. It is hot. We got the 90s. It'd be like 92 right now outside. So he's getting that suntan that he desperately missed during the wintertime. So thank you so much, Suki. I'll make sure to feed him some chicken today. He gets some of that chicken dinner. Hopefully his body is warm enough that the cold food doesn't bop him, because that's been a problem for him. You could ask yourself, what would Mamba do? Mamba would run into the door head first, even though it's locked, and then get mad that the door is locked. Like, you know, man, it really do be like that sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, Mamba's trying to do his best. Alright, we'll put another mesh and we'll keep that empty. I'm having a good time, even most of this is way beyond my skills right now. Hey man, one day you'll be here, Sticky Boots. But if you have questions, you see something that you don't really understand, you want to know more about it, I got you. Just let me know, man. We'll try to make this something that's easy to digest. I'm with Mamba on that. The door should move if it sees Mamba coming. Oh Lord, he's coming. Gotta open up. Really do be like that though sometimes, man. Sometimes you just gotta make a good old college attempt. Oh, I have a lot of diamonds here. We're just gonna use this. Oh wow, this is already 11 tiles. That means I don't need this to be steel. Run that over. Okay, that works out. We get the 10 here. That works. We'll get the first seal on this side. I'm probably going to keep extending, though. And then that might mean getting the ladder on this side might be good. So we go up and then finish the build and go up from the left side. Oh yeah, no rockets and other uses for the diamonds we got. Hey man, we should start replacing all the stuff with diamonds. Make sure the dupes are rich. There's no run speed bonus on this? Oh, that's a travesty. We gotta give them the run speed bonus. Feed them to the shine bugs. We don't have the variant at the moment. The variant that they have is a little exotic. We don't have access to it yet. We'll get them one of these days. Alright, we're gonna do a weird setup here. I am gonna do something that is kind of weird, but I feel like this might be the better thing to do. Feed? Oh, that's true. I've never completed the fossil POI to get the diamond fossils. My late game goal is usually making radiant bugs. I see. Our late game goal is going to be burying Zarek's body. His body is still there, dude. After 2,000 cycles, there's no signs of aging. It's like a McDonald's French fry, dude. Is just chilling. We gotta we gotta bury his body, man. If you guys don't know, Zarek sacrificed himself like it was Big Hero 6. It was crazy, man. We told him he didn't need to do it, he did it anyways. All standard. Let's go with the Miscellaneous. Yeah, the Grandest of Graves. We are going to be giving him what's known as a space surface grave. We're going to put his grave in space between the steel bunker tiles and the actual surface. We accidentally cracked open steam here, but I'm not really too worried about it. It's gonna evaporate. I'm a little bit mad about the water though. Outside of that, everything's fine. Oh, I didn't turn this on yet. I guess I do kind of want to finish this. We'll wait for this to be swept out first. Oh, wait. Move out some items up top. Get a banshee, you to sing the taps. Dude, man, we're gonna give him a grand monument for the Home Sweet Home achievement next to the tombstone. We are. We're going to be doing that. Ideally, though, we're going to try to make the monument look just like Zerek. But the thing is, you know, I don't know if we're going to be able to get the exact combination. Hopefully we can. Huh, I can make this 15. That's actually kind of nice. Let's have a seal here, just in case. Which means I do want to dig that. Timo, coming up the lurks. Thought we were going to miss you today, Timo. Gotta keep that streak alive. If you guys don't know Timo. Timo has a streak of 420 streams. Can't break it, man. Can't break it. It's going to be a sad day if he loses that. But, you know, since the One Piece live action is back in action, he's got to do the episodes. If you guys don't know Timo, he is the stunt double for Luffy. So sometimes you see Luffy in the live action doing the action moves. That's actually Timo. He's gonna hit him with the ones and twos. Yo, that lag is real. A 110. Oh, okay, guys, I lied. It wasn't at 420. Still pretty legit 110 streak. I see you over there, Timo. Appreciate you. Always coming out. But shout out to you, man. 110 streams. Let's go. All right. We got the bare bones set up. We could actually, if we get this top part set up, we could start setting it up. I'm actually going to move all the hot abyssalite into this single tile floating, and then we're just going to box it up in the vacuum. The logic is simple. You know, just don't want to deal with the... don't want to have to deal with the abyssalite. That's not going to do anything. Like, it's not going to be something we could extract heat from efficiently. Pulling that in the rail doesn't really help us out. All right, so I'm realizing we want ladders on this side because we're going to have to add water from here. Because then it's going to be a tile right there. And then this is 15. All right, temperature plates are ready. We're not gonna move in turbines because plastic might give us bad times. So we're just gonna start the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and get the vents in. Well, the random pipe. We need to cool down the areas. And then this is going to be a nice spot to run the pipeline in. I'm probably going to run that from up here. Okay. Probably dig all that. We have the tiles there. And then this is warm. So I'm not really too worried about having to dig that out. Still might do it though. Okay. After we do that, we know we're gonna have turbines here. We know that we're gonna do something similar here. Let's start getting some pre-built bottle emptiers. We're gonna be using obsidian for almost everything here because the temperature is gonna reset, and that's kind of nice for us. We're not gonna use it on the way out though, because I don't want to boil my logs. All right, so that means usually something like that. 16 by 4, and then this is a 15. I need a sweep from there. We need to move out the abyssalites still. Turbine. I guess we could start setting up radiant pipage. And I'm thinking I probably want to do insulate here and then airflow here. That probably makes the most sense. Another thing is abyss. We're gonna do this again. Alright, we'll do that for now. We need them to sweep the abyssalite. I'm probably going to do something similar here where we just run the pipeline straight down. So, makes a lot of sense. You just do the easy setup. 5, 5, 5. We know we're going to need this for the turbines. The one thing that I don't know if I care about is the power we get from the turbine. Like, we just might have some wires connected and not connected to anything. I could also run this wire into here just to give this power. And then there's going to be a cooling box that I'll probably want to have on the side. Yeah. That's going to be part of stuff that we probably want to do. Let's get rid of this. This is a weird area. We're probably going to have to open it up eventually. Chlorine's good. All right. Everything's working over there. Checking out this side. So the AQ is producing a little bit of water. We're taking half of that. A little bit close to half. There was a little bit of an issue here where I didn't have power, so we should be fine now. I'll have to keep the coal gens plugged in. The wood burners are plugged in too, which is not a good thing. Hopefully the power is going to be fine. Oh, wait. It's not there. It's here. We want the wood burners running all day because we need to generate CO2 for the room. We unplugged this because that was just kind of using too much power. It has cooled down drastically now. Sulfur's fine. I might want to check up on the sulfur. This is also good. We have a double liquid lock just in case. Copper's chilling. We have some water here that we're using now that this is active. Dormancy in 40 cycles. There's almost no water down here though. And then it's really just a lot of the salt water brine that's trying to get desalinated. Oh. No wood. Oh, we're just getting coal right now. None of the wood's getting delivered. No way. Oh my god, that's so jank. So I'm out of resource there. I guess we put one of these here. Dude, this is such a jank setup. Damn it. Okay, so this isn't running because we're just not filtering anything. That's bad. The water pulling up here kind of sucks. We're getting wood sparsely. So I want to build this ASAP and get wood to be allowed to deliver because we have 52 tons. So we have wood. It's just not being distributed fairly. That's kind of what we need right now. Yeah. Hey, man. Get the mechatronics. Somebody do this. Travado is eating, goddamn. Everyone's on break. Oh, man. The balance. These guys just chewing away. Alright, really quick. Check back home. Moving out the abyssal line, building stuff. Looking pretty good. Unreachable. Oh, that's not. Okay. So far, so good. Chilling. Alright, I probably do want to get this build started, right? Let's get the abyss. Let's move that in. There's a tile there, which is fine. I probably want to start getting our setup here. And then we're going to want to airflow this. And then we're just going to hold the magma in a small tank. This side, we're probably going to be pushing in. And then have our ceiling in. Shouldn't be too bad once we actually get a build. One thing we might want to make sure is not to run pipes inside here. That's probably not good. If anything, I might want to run pipes around the volcano on the top. Which makes sense. Run that through. Go in, go out. Go in, go out. $2,000 plus and no drywall. No, we got drywall. Look at that. Drywall look nice. Look at our kitchen, dude. We got the nice pattern. You see this pattern? This is the nice pattern. Toilets. We did the designs for the rooms. We got the thick stripes. Super thick. We got the stars in the sky. These guys are bums, so they get no drywall. Oh, you gave me a regular slickster? Wow, you gave me the 0% chance. How is that possible? That's a 0% chance. Hold up. I'm impressed. Oh, it's a 3%. It's a 3%. Okay. What's going on, we level? I see you over there. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you for tuning in. Hello, hello. Gonna start getting some airflow here that we need. Start trimming the top. We'll allow this still. Goddamn. Getting old sucks. I feel like I have new allergies every day. I don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright. Nothing here is something we need. Where are we? Where are we? Alright, speed this up. We're moving the stuff in. This side, we're not really going to do too much, so... Digging... What was that? Lag? What was that? Totally not scary. Okay. We be digging. We be digging. Building that, building that. This is pretty good. I might be okay with sealing this part up. I don't think there's anything else we're gonna need in here. We could add water through here. Nice balloons. Happy those balloons don't pop. Alright. We're getting wood back. Please do the stuffs. Yes. Oh man, we are burning through the carbon dioxide really fast though. Alright, we're gonna unplug this for a second. Let the CO2 accumulate. Dude, imagine Poppin' Balloon. Nah, man, if Poppin' Balloon released a random gas. Imagine balloons would pop randomly and it would release a random gas. That would be evil, dude. It would ruin so much of the stuff. I'm not asked how sour gas got in. Hey, man. There's no sour gas, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. No sour gas, man. Not real. Alright, I will need this, unfortunately. Huh. That's an idea. Alright, let's finish sealing this. A lot of stuff here. No more hot stuff on the floor. Makes me think that's kind of safe now. I still don't want to risk it yet. Rock gas from the balloon. Crazy thing with that is that would mean that the balloon is like made a neutronium, not releasing any heat. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's impressive. It probably is, to be honest. Not gonna lie, man. Wouldn't be too mad if that were the case. The worst part about this is how we're gonna set this up. I might have to do a jank setup. Oh, this is idle. Oof. So we know we want to box this in. Nice. I was thinking about putting a pitcher pump here and get started with some magma pumpage. I'm a little bit worried though. There's just so much hot debris and stuff that we would be moving around all the time. Go there, it should be fine. I want to release the magma into here and then start analyzing, finishing up this side. We probably understand the pipe comes out here. I was watching you did something similar in all bionic dupe run today. What'd you do? It was a good thing that you did what I did, right? Oh, pumping the magma and then chilling it. Hey man, these are my bionics right here. They hanging out, man. These guys are also bionic, believe it or not. It's a cool little strat though, man. Can't be mad about it. Reminds me of Earthworm Jim. For some reason. I don't really remember Earthworm Jim. Like, I've seen it. But, like, at the same time, I don't remember anything about it, man. You need to set up a chiller for that steel. I will. We will. It's part of the plan. Part of me is wondering if I should do something weird here. So we're chilling this box. We could use this pipeline to chill the steam turbines. And then have this AQB for the chiller locally. That's what I'm considering right now. I feel like that wouldn't be a bad idea. That way I don't have to build the AQ. That's why it's like I should have a second aqua tuner dedicated for the 5. That's kind of a job, right? Like you could only do so much cooling with aqua tuner. But it's like, I don't want to make a new... I mean, I probably should just make a new steam turbine aqua tuner setup for chilling. That probably is going to be the play. I could probably set up the AQ here. Where we're going to be cooling down the igneous. Problem with that is, that means that it's going to take longer to chill the igneous. So it's like, I probably want to do a separate building for that then. Earthworm Jim is about Earthworm that got crushed by a cow and then later found a bionic suit. Kind of power armor, similar to the Fallout, and is the villain. There's a villain that's a fish that wants to steal the suit, but every time he's success with it, he spills out. Suit is open at the top. I've seen Earthworm Jim, man. I remember when I was a little kid, I wanted to play the video game. But I've never really kind of like dove in to, for lack of better words, the game itself. Like, I don't know the lore or anything like that. Oh, man. I really do think we use a separate AQ at the bottom for the chiller. Maybe use this power line. Wouldn't be bad. At the same time, maybe it is, because we don't have that much. No, it's connected to the gens. We have that upside there. Oh no, bro. Too much water. Okay. Start pumping some CO2 from here. It's not like I have, oh, I do. I have an open power line here. So I could literally just connect this. Okay. This one's by itself. I have a line here that's only 200 watts. That's really nice. Oh, I never connected this. So this one is now the reverse, which is good. This line here is now a feed-in, if we need it. In which case we don't. This line is potentially heavy. That's a sweepy line. We do have a little bit excess power here. $14? That would be kind of nice. Start using this for that. Alright, so run this, run that. Run that. Bridge. Run that. Ease up a little bit of the load. Now this line at 1200 powers some loaders here and nothing else. Yeah, and nothing else. Okay, so that means I have a free line. Right? So cut. Alright, this goes down. This goes here to connect to the bottom. And we need to get a new line here. So this goes here and this goes in the middle. This is no longer connected. Okay, so we do have another power line here that we could easily just kind of attach. So it's probably okay to get our second AQ on this side. Pull it down, pull it out. And then just get a power line here. Okay, so if that's the case, and we have a power line here as well. I should be okay to move the coolant AQ separate. I probably want to put it in the side room right there. Okay, so let's do a very basic setup. Get the AQ inside. And then the design idea is, let's get a pump. The grams of oxygen, so a regular vent line's fine. There's no power yet. Wheel power on the side right there. And then we want to get this setup, make that all igneous so we don't pull out the obsidian. Get the AQ on this side, we'll vacuum it real fast. Once that's done, we'll seal up some of the abyssal and redo that. Run that in. Alright, it's pretty good. Let's double check on the CO2 here. It is looking alright. We're getting good gas. We are waiting on the wood deliveries though, it looks like. It's coming. It's coming. Alright, let them work. We will obsidian that, get that ready on that side. Looking pretty good. All right, so now we want to start thinking about how this is going to work. So we know that we're going to run an AQ here. It's a good chance that it's going to go here, 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 and get that set up. Right? And then we have the pipeline here. We know that we're likely going to have the pipe come back this way. So I think this makes sense. We're going to run igneous here so that we don't do anything sketchy. And then we'll do obsidian on the inside. We know that once we build this, there's going to be another tile here. So we're going to run that in. That means we're going to run this in here. So boop, boop, goes in, goes out. Boop, boop. Cobalt, here, here, here. Obsidian. And then from here, I probably don't want to be in the tiles. No, I probably do. Go up to there. Run this, run that. Obsidian in and out. And then bridge, bridge. Insulate it. And then we know that it goes like this and like that. So this is just to cool down the turbines that are going to be hot. And then once this goes in, it's going to come back over itself. Yeah. Let's try to get the construction of the tiles here. The ladders there. The vent line. And the other tiles. Alright, we got to let them work. They're building some of the other wires in some of the other spots right now, too. Should be pretty good. Of course, people of chat, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'd be happy to help. A lot of stuff we're doing today. 78 seconds. That's a lot. Really do look like I might need some more water res. Even with a lot of CO2 in here. We might just want to either up the amount of CO2 processing, which probably is not wise. Just because it's like, that's exactly one gas pipeline. We would have to have a separate source of CO2 added. This is not generating enough. And then the other option is getting more water storage so we could buffer this. That's probably the better thing to do. Add in 2 more water reses. Breaking into this, though, is kind of tough. The other option would be... Yeah, this is not being used. We could try to use this room for reservoirs. We could move the transformers off to the side. On the right side, and then run the wire underneath. That way we could free up this space and then put a couple reservoirs here. We can put 3 reservoirs and then hold the water before it feeds into the aqua tuner, just as a way to just hold more water. I probably do want to do that. We could even leave the power wire here. We just run it across. So I probably... How would we want to do this? Get the ladders. Run this setup. Transformers. Run this across. Run that across. We don't need the second transformer. And then build tile here. And then attaching and pulling from the pipeline is easy. This is the tower of power, baby. Some people build towers and live inside. I build a tower and I put all the power inside. Now, basically, the challenge that we're doing is, I guess we could run that, it's fine. The challenge that we are doing is... God damn it. We're gonna have to pump this. We can't use infinite storage. So since we can't use infinite storage, we have to burn the power as soon as we get it. So we have enough natty gas gens and gas reses that we'll be able to run this non-stop. But even then, we're not running that much power non-stop. So instead, we're holding the power in a tower of power. Coal gens are connected to that. Wood burners are connected to that. Natty gas connected to that. Spom is not. But that's basically all the power we generate. Not really. It's just more so that the challenge we're doing is tame every geyser and then consume the resource as a secondary challenge. So the thing is that you could easily just put all the resources in an infinite storage chamber. So we ban that. Because technically you're not using the resource that way. And that's a common thing to do, right? Pump the natty gas into an infinite pressure box and use it when you need to. Same thing with the, you know, the water geysers. So as a part of the challenge, we made it so that you can't delete geyser produced resource into space. Right? Otherwise, you just vent everything to space, and that's bad too. No crushing of the geyser-produced resource. So you can't just door crush all the natty gas. So you actually have to spend it. This generates about 100 grams per second, and this consumes 90 grams. So we have an extra... I need to make it. No, it's right here. Natty gas gen that overflows the natty gas. Meaning that if we ever have too much, this starts running, and it ran a little bit already, and burns off the extra. But that's the challenge. We are basically going to be doing every geyser on the first 2 planets. To make that make sense, we banned rockets. So that's why we have rockets here. You're not allowed to launch a rocket. That means you have a problem with databanks because you can't launch a rocket to do databank farming. So in the early game, we rushed the building. Oh, I got to do Rad Bull Tech. We rushed the data miner. No. I don't have enough power. All right, we're gonna have to run a new power source. I don't have Rad Bolt Tech to make the monument. So because of that, that's going to be our Geyser challenge. And then we are playing on Relicaaargh. That's the lab map with the Molier, the meteor. So the problem is that on the first planet, we have over a dozen regular full-size volcanoes and 30 geysers in total. So the problem is there's a lot to do. And then the biggest thing is the molar meteor types, a lot of metal volcanoes and full-size ones. We have to make a design to basically tackle all that. So magma's getting solidified. Here's the kicker. We have to consume the igneous that the magma creates. So we have a bunch of hatches, right? Stone hatch farms. And what they do is they eat all the igneous. Same thing with the metal volcanoes. We can't use the metal all the time, so we're feeding in plug slugs. And then we get hydrogen, and then we burn off the hydrogen. So no smart batteries or anything like that. The natty gas is burning off from the gens. We have a couple of reservoirs for it. It should not be backed up. There should be no world where that happens, because we should be over consuming. But for the most part, yeah, that's the run right now. Let me know if you have any questions. Feel free to ask. I'd be happy to help. But for the most part, man. Oh, do we have no one that could use spice grinder? So the range is cooking. Okay. So who are my cooks? Xandrov does. Xandrov does. We need a third cook. I need to consume the natty gas so that they cook more often on this. Let's bump this up to a 9. So yeah. Alien, hopefully you got some of that in. That is the type of run we're doing. It's a challenge where we're taming and using the resource. We put a caveat in, no infinite resource. No infinite storage. To store the geyser resource directly. So we have a lot of geysers taming. Like, this is a steam vent at 500 degrees. We pump up the steam and we get 95C water. That goes into a carbon skimmer setup. Run that over a couple wheeze wards, and then we have water that's cool enough for pinch of pepper nuts. And then we just drink up all the steam that we generate. CO2 is fun. We pump up the CO2 and we feed it to the bees. This is kind of interesting because it kind of forces you to do a different style playthrough. You aren't looking for efficiency anymore. You're looking to just spend the resource, right? Because we're not doing infinite storage. So we're doing a lot of weird stuff. Like another one here is hot water, 95. We run it through 2 chillers. We have a mid-section chiller that lowers it to about 35-50, and then final chiller that sets it to 24. That water gets fed into my blossoms here. I have another polluted water vent that's at 30 degrees that feeds into my arbor trees. So there's a lot of things that we do that we normally wouldn't do because we have infinite storage, and that kind of pushes us in a different way. Which is why we wanted to do the challenge, kind of change up how we play. So we have a lot of stuff that's just there to spend resource. It never fully dawned on me how much stone hatches eat until I tried to feed them only igneous for volcanoes and did the math. Yep. You want to see something funny? These hatches eat the magma directly. So you guys will see this. Magma push spills in, and then this lowers, and then boom, igneous teleports, right? They eat the igneous rock minus igneous rock, and then you're gonna see plus coal. They're able to eat the 1400 degrees. You guys see that? First tab, 1408. They're eating this. Oh, it's gone. And you know what's crazy? It's fine because they're in a vacuum. So I have all of my stone hatches from my ranch overflow into here. We got about 400 hatches. And this is a triple volcano tamer. The only way that we were able to consume this much igneous was by doing this build. And I was like, I'm happy this worked out. Because the other volcano tamers, like this is one volcano. Condenser, cooling, and then liquid cooling so that we get lukewarm igneous is so time consuming. But yeah, we will go through this. It's not a lot. And then once we're ready, it drops here and they just eat it. So that's basically what we're doing. We're gonna do the same thing here. It's a double tamer. We're stacking up the igneous. We're just gonna move some stone hatches here later on. I'm just gonna sweep up all the items first. And then once we do that, that's basically consumed. But that's the run so far. If you guys have any questions about any one of the builds, what we're doing with it, let me know. Outside of that, that's the challenge. We have one last volcano we haven't tamed yet, and we're doing that. Everything on the second planet is done. This one was fun. We had to dive into the magma core, get rid of all the magma, and then build the tamers for the geysers in the core. And you know what's funny? All the magma's right here. I bottled it up. I found a industrial sized sponge at Costco and I gave it to the dupes and they started mopping. That shit was industrial, dude. Goddamn. Soaked up all the magma in the core. I think I ended up getting 500 tons of magma bottled up here. Now, because of the item limit at 25, I can't open it all at once. I have to open up the bottle separately. It feels bad. But 500 tons. It did nothing wrong. Hey man, we just bottled it up. Hey, the magma was from the core. It's not made from a geyser. There's no volcanoes here. Caveat. It was not produced by a geyser. It was there, you know? It's there, it's doing its thing. I got some more bottled up magma here. We're not going to talk about how much is there. Right? So, you know, technically it's allowed. Technically it's allowed, man. I can't believe it's not infinite storage. Trademark. But yeah, that's what we're doing. That's the run. That's the build. We have a colony on the second planet chilling. The sulfur, we're just feeding to the Sweetles here. All the sulfur in the world. So far, so good. But yeah, we're doing the volcano tamer. Getting the stuff set up for that. Alright, man, this is not supposed to be like this. We had to seal this up first. And then we start pumping and then getting that part of the build. I think this kind of makes sense to insulate a door. Not that we're gonna have this as accessible, but like, you know, it's probably smart to think about that. And I think getting rid of this ladder set makes a lot of sense. He was trying, man. He was pumping into itself. It's like running an AC with no walls. Like the AC cools the inside and dumps the heat on the outside, but if there's no wall to separate it, the AC is just running. You know what I'm saying, man? It's funny that you got a crash satellite, but you're using rewards for material study terminal research. Hey, man. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot about this. There we go. I completely forgot about this. God damn. How much is on here? $5.99, $4.99. Weezeworts are really nice, man. I would say that this is probably something every Oni player agrees on. Drekos are OP. Weezeworts are really OP as well. Drekos, Weezeworts carry the game. Drekos get you suits, meat, plastic, and then Weezeworts are just... they really cool, dude. Weezeworts are cool. So it's like, it's nice, man. Not gonna lie. You know what's crazy too? Weezeworts are technically not a plant, despite being planted on a farm tile. Deceptive in appearance, this is a member of the Cynardia phylum and is in fact an animal, not a plant. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. They just settle down, dude. You know how it is. Yeah, it's nice, man. Weezeworts and Drekos, especially the plastic ones. Reminds me of Experiment 52B. Not a plant, closer to coral. Yeah, man. It's one of those things. It's a classification. Be like that sometimes. All right, start doing a little bit over here. I could build there. I can't. That means it's here. Wait, I kind of want to have that open for later. I got a lot of stuff to build still. Pumping out this side so we get the AQ for the setup here. Alright, the abyssalite, we're just going to move on to this tile. And then we're just going to vacuum this. Oh, it's already vacuumed. We're just going to seal it up so that all the hot abyssalite from this area never hurts us. I guess right here as well. Oh, I can't reach that. That's fine. Dude, they are like the mushrooms? Yes. Much fungi. Alazar, I see you over there. Mushrooms aren't animals? I mean, depends who you're talking to, man. Mushrooms are indeed domesticatable. Yeah, seems legit. Never spoke to a mushroom? I mean, just because it doesn't talk back doesn't mean it's not talking to you. I talk to Mamba all the time and he's, you know, not always replying. I'm saying, man. Sometimes you speak to the mushrooms and it speaks back to you. And then you realize you just inhaled a little bit too much of the spores. And now you're hallucinating. Then you wake up, you're at the hospital, and the nurse is giving you a book. These are the bad mushrooms. Don't eat these. You're gonna be back in the hospital, man. totally didn't happen to me. I've been told you speak through God, through a mushroom. Who knows, man? Maybe it's the mushroom god. Mushroom god speaking through mushrooms makes a lot of sense. All right, power's in. We will take our spaghetti line that already exists and just follow it. Kind of sad, but it should be alright. Spaghetti line we trust. Let's go on Etsuritsu. Hi, how's it going on? We doing alright, man. We are on our last geyser. All the resources are being consumed. Everything is pretty good. The Molier is done almost. Like the iron volcano tamer is ready. I just need to actually get a conveyor line for the iron. Outside of that, we tamed everything and we're consuming all the resource. Stone hatches for the igneous from the magma. Slugs for the metals from the metal volcano. Generators for the resources that are fuel types. It's pretty good. CO2 gets fed to the bees. Water gets fed to the plants. Second planet is done. We have like 6 bionic dupes. You see this rocket here? This rocket is the bionics only. They got the gunk extractors. They have their own room for this. And that's literally what the Spacefarer is for. We just have a standalone Spacefarer. Gear Bomb EX. Only way to do it, man. I like how you integrated natural wall at the bottom of the base. You gotta do it, man. I'm gonna be honest. There was a time where I was thinking to myself, I might not have enough room because I was thinking about how many plants I needed to plant. Like, I was like, oh man, this saltwater geyser is 70 bristle blossoms. This is 70 bristle blossoms. Oh man, this water vent is 23 arbor trees. We got 23 arbor trees here. I was thinking that we wouldn't have enough space for everything. We actually used up a good chunk of the maps. For ranch space, battery space, volcano tamers. I tried your geothermal build and they're ridiculously efficient. Yeah, man. Efficiency is the name of the game sometimes. We're doing our volcano tamer zone. Try to get some stuff from that. Relic, yeah, dude. Relica being large map was actually kind of nice. But hey, glad it worked out for you and glad it's good times. Appreciate you for watching the videos. Etsuritsu. If you have any questions, man, let me know. We are currently trying to do our volcano tamer stuff. But if you guys have questions about other stuff Oni related, I got you guys. Clay from polluted air vent. No. So the polluted air vent, the clay is not being used. We technically could do ceramic. We were doing that for a while. Why not? And then we could use ceramic for insulated pipes. But yeah, we're not really using the clay for much. If anything, it's just the oxygen from the polluted oxygen vent here. So we have a perfect filter design. There's a layer of oil here. And then the deodorizer pulls through the liquid. That's why it's clean over here. I opened up the bottom recently, which is why a little bit of bubbles came out. But yeah, that's how we're taming this. But yeah, not using the clay. That's totally legal. Can we consider as a bug? It's totally legit. As long as that's the case, yeah, I'm fine with that. Not a bug, but a feature. They know, man. They know. Alright, so the one thing I haven't thought about yet is where we're gonna build our cooling box. I probably want it next to the volcano, to be honest. And then we're building a lot of this stuff. I think we will want to do this because eventually we will need to. And as a way to do this, I think we want to get like a weird ladder setup for that. Because once we get this aqua tuner up, we could start draining a little bit of the magma because this is active right now, and then we could analyze it. Feels like cheating. Nah, man, that's just how the building works. I not consider a non-competitive single-player game as cheating. Back when I was little, I used to play big game hunters on StarCraft with Operation Seawall and get insta build. Single player, man. I mean, versus CPU. I remember doing that though. It really do be like that sometimes. It was fun times, man. But not gonna lie, nah, man. It's legal, dude. Very, very legit. Very legit. Non-competitive, that's good. That's actually good. Guys, if you guys didn't know, it's Friday the 13th. Be safe out there. Don't want to spook the folks, though, but I have to remind the people. Alright, we need to drain the magma so that we could deal with it. We're gonna have a ladder on the side. Feels like it makes sense. Here. Here. And then we could climb down this way. Only one more hour. Famous last words. You don't want to say that, but yo, man, that's some famous last words right there. It's only one more hour for me. No, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. I'm just saying, man. Wait, I need the bottle drainer here. Yeah, it sounds like I jinxed it for me too. Yeah, man, I'm just saying, that's jinx if I've ever heard one. Alright, let's try to get this built. And then we're gonna get the AQ chilling box for the igneous so that we could pull it out. I don't have Bionic Dupe DLC. Bionic Dupes is not necessary. I think the only DLC I would say is necessary for this game is Spaced Out. But that's more so that I believe that the Spaced Out playstyle is better. And you know what I mean when I say that. It's how they change the endgame is really good. So I'm a fan of the spaced out. Outside of that, I wouldn't say any of the other DLCs are required. You don't really need it to really play or have a good time. Should be fine. Alright, we have a lot of diamonds. So I might as well spend them all. Start getting our steel aqua tuner in here. Base game feels easier than spaced out. Spaced out is 100% because the rocketry is better. IMO. You could kind of argue whether or not you think one is better than the other. But I'm a fan of the spaced out rocketry. I think you have a lot of everything. You gotta have it, man. It's always good to have variety. Alright, so sensors, pipe elements, or pipe thermal sensor. And then we run the automation wire. Then we know that we are going to get a vent line here. We're going to run that like that. We're going to run the obsidians here. And then we got to get the setup here. Technically, these two aren't needed. We run the plate there. All right, that's going to be our AQ loop. We're going to have the turbine here. Everything should be within range. We're going to get some water inside. That's going to be the obsidian setup there. I might want to redo slightly some of the stuff. Should be good. Alright, so all that is about waiting for it to be built. So we know that there's going to be a wall here. Right? There's going to be a wall here and then airflow tiles here. So because of that, I could use that as my base. Is what I'm thinking. Because I think what we're going to do is we're going to run the conveyor here. And then once it's cool enough, it goes up this way. Well, this way. Outside of the build. And then goes into the tamer from the top. And then if the cooling box is here, next to the aqua tuner that we're going to use here, it's close for piping. And I think that's pretty good. They're grabbing the clay now for the kiln. Should be fine. Start digging out some of the stuff here. Okay, I kind of want to get this built because it's taking forever. Doesn't look like we have a lot of hot stuff down here anymore. We gotta let them work though. This is more important because once this is done and ready and we could run it, this means that we could start pumping magma and dumping it there for the build. Works out pretty well. Bottle drainer. We're gonna need that there to get water inside. Can you repair ammo suits with it? without being fully pleated. No, you can't. You have to wait till it's worn out completely, unfortunately. You can't just, you know, repair it on demand. That would be kind of a nice thing, though, not gonna lie. But yeah, unfortunately, they do not have the technology. They don't have the tech, man. Have you ever seen the NASA thing? Apparently the spacesuits that they use are from the first Apollo mission. And they're like old and beat up. I'm saying, man. Yeah, there was something like they just didn't think they needed to like make new suits. Now that might be different now. But I remember that was like a NASA thing. Specifically NASA, they had this thing where they had just old suits. It's kind of crazy, right? Because it's like, well, I mean, it's really hard to like quantify that. It's like, do you use a suit that you know that someone else wore, survived, and came back, so the suit works? Or do you use a new suit that's untested? Like, it's so hard to really like argue because either side has a point. You could argue wear and tear. At the same time, you could argue that what if they make an error? You wouldn't know this. That is survivorship bias, though. Yeah, it's a bias, 100%. But it's an argument, though, that they could make. That's the crazy thing. It's not that unfound. And at the end of the day, they just reuse the old stuff, man. A wise man once said, they don't think it be like it is, but it do, man. It really do be like that sometimes. There's so much crazy stuff in the world that's like, you would never imagine that's actually how it works, but it is how it works. The NASA one is a good point of that. I was like, wow, dude, you going out of space and you using something from the 90s? You, man, it's 2026. That's 30 years ago, man. That spacesuit could have had wife, kids, and their children are going to school. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that old. Forget just buying alcohol, man. They have a family at this point. My man, Mob Barley, is falling asleep on the job. I get it. Keep in fact that Earth is flat and everyone is mind blown. Kyrie Irving, is that you? Is that you, buddy? Use the baller, man. I don't know, man. Other stuff, kind of suspect. Alright, they actually finished this. That's pretty good. Alright, let's bop the power there. We don't need it. Bop the jets. Bop the ladder. 7 is good. We'll do 8 to be a little bit picky about it. And then we do our drop lock here. We would move all the stuff. And then we need to pump everything. Drop lock. Alright, cool. Okay, once we get that ladder built, we can remove a lot of the stuff here. I could probably do this now. And then we could start setting up our chill box here. We want it to be 3 tall. So technically igneous here is probably good because we want to get that box set up like that. Why does wise man have bad grammar? Why? What's the joke there? Oh, he's talking about. Oh, it's not one of those knock knock jokes. Oh shit. He's talking about my ground. Oh shit. No, it's not. Oh shit. I thought it was a knock knock joke or something. Oh, my bad. That's a real question. Yo man, your guess is as good as mine. I don't actually know. I'm wise because I know that the earth is flat. Feels bad. Now I'm sad. These it, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. What happens, man? But you know what? Feeling sad means, you know, you could also feel happy. You ever heard that saying, man? Being sad is good because that means you know that you're alive. Takes a little bit of sadness. No, I'm not sad because of Wiggle said, no, it's not, after I said I'm smart. It'd be like that, man. Don't worry, man. Believe in yourself. Dude, you know what I've always thought was super funny? That, like, I don't know if anyone in chat knows what I'm talking about. The line, do it for mother. Be strong, Clarence. Do it for mother. You guys know where that's from? Dude, I remember there was like back in the days, there was like a Pokemon fusion website where you could fuse any 2 Pokemon. And it would like combine it like Dragon Ball Z style. And someone fused like 2 Pokemon that has 2 heads, and one of them looked super derpy and the other one looked regular, and then people were making memes about it. That was one of them, and it was like, do you love me, brother? And then you see a thought bubble, be strong, Clarence, be strong for mother. Oh man, I don't know why. I've always thought that was mad funny. Can't help it, man. No one knows what I'm talking about, though. No one knows what I'm talking about. Alright, good chance this is at the top. We roll this out. I've seen a few of those Pokemons. Nice. Let's get the rail in, boys. There we go. All right, so boop, boop, boop. Okay, that works. So we go like this. Okay. This is gonna have the loader here, it looks like. That way we're on the power line easily. And then the power line here too. The duo weeping bell? Yes. I think that is what it is. That is what it is, I think. All right, this works, and then this allows me to get a rail coming up to the side. And then we're able to feed it into the build. Yeah. Dude, Mamba fact number 4. That worked. There it is. I have the command to recall any Mamba facts. Do I have one for 69? I don't have a 69 one. Ah, shit. Mamba 40. Mamba 50. I gotta get up to 69, man. I really do. Is it 67 that I have? I'm the only one that could do it, though. Y'all don't have the authority. Mamba number 5. Mamba was adopted when he was 2 years old. Rumor has it. They did not give me an exact birthday. They were like, yeah, he's about 2 years old. Oh, okay. Seemed legit. Add Easter eggs. I think what do you mean by Easter eggs? What do you mean by Easter eggs? Oh, we're not getting CO2? Heck. We're getting the even split here. Alright, let's bump this up to 7. Certain numbers bring up Mamba facts with references. I try to do that, I think. I need to pull up my list to go through the list. Alright, we can go around this way. So I do want to seal this up now. I think I did try to add some. Like, there was one of them where, I mean, it's not an Easter egg. Mamba was on the LA Times crossword as the answer to one of the crosswords. Now, the thing is that it was referencing the candy. There's a Mamba, like, candy, fruit candy or something like that. I remember that. Dun dun dun, wololo. I see you over there. That'd be, man, that's tough. Can I do that? Do a random Nightbot command that triggers an audio alert? The Mamba fruit candy's in Poland too. I hate it though. That's fine, man. The, you know, the Mamba candy, you know, it's not like our Mamba. Our Mamba is better. It's totally fine that may not be a fan of the candies. Oh, you better not fall down to the right. Okay, cool. Did not get bopped. we're gonna add a tile out here. So we get the bottle drainer here. Alright, should be fine. So this is just gonna be a way to climb up and down from the side to drop off magma. And then we could start solidifying it there. Should be fine, should be fine. I will probably want to dig up a bunch of the sandstone here. Hydrate! Guys, I got some Arizona right now. The Mamba number 5 should spam the elusive dancing Mambas emote. Dude, I was trying to make the Mamba dancing gif, but I gave up on it because it was too hard. I had a gif picture that I wanted to Mambify, but I was not able to do it, unfortunately. Audio for points. Is that a bot thing? I don't know what kind of audio to put though. I would need some suggestions. Get someone yelling log in. Mamba number 5, and it's the trumpets playing. Dun 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 dun. Mamba, I hear you, baby. You all right? Mamba, Mamba's here. Mamba's super territorial. Dude, you guys know there's a fake Mamba that's outside the crib. There's a kitty cat that when he meows sounds exactly like Mamba. And it's a all-white kitty cat. Normal ears though, so it's not Mamba's mom. But there are times where the other cat meows, and I'm like, is that Mamba? Did he break out the house? And then I turn around and he's just chilling on the beanbag, but he's also looking around like, who's that? Normally, if there's like a stray cat outside, you know, they meow, it's whatever. But this one sounds exactly like Mamba does. Yeah, man. And for whatever reason, he likes hanging out here. Loves hanging out. One time I caught him. He was popping a squat and pooping over the garden in the front yard. And Mamba was at the window looking straight at him like, I can't believe you done this. But yeah, man, this kitty cat. I think he knows Mamba's here and he got mad. Well, the hydrogen's backing up. I'm running 3 hydrogen gens to burn off the hydrogen, and you're telling me that it's too much? God damn, dude, no way. That's where my coolant is. I don't want to do another gen, dude. I might have to. Hey, what the heck? Redneck's coming in. What's going on, man? Playing some Oni. Nice. How was the streams? Hopefully it was going well, dude. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. What's going on, Redneck? I see you over there. How are you? How was the streams? How was the Onis? Hopefully it's a good time. Slowly carving the Ring of Fire. Nice, nice, man. We got a lot of cold, though, so it's going to be easy times, hopefully. We are on the last volcano. We're setting up the build right now. And after that's done, everything is complete. We could finally build the graveyard for the dead dupes and give them a great monument. Oh yeah, I never did this, huh? Trying to get some more science. What? Did I die? Hey man, we don't talk about who died. His name is Robert Paulson. In death, people receive names. And his name is Robert Paulson. Finally found my moon planet. Gonna be able to do the last critter in the Fluxomatic. Nice. That's a thing? Gassy moves could be put into the critter flux? Maybe it can. I never thought about that though. But yo man. Awesome, awesome. Gotta catch all the Pokemons for the Pokédex. Oh yeah, the mutation. That's right. They got the Husky Moo. That's right. I forgot they got him, this guy. Poop CO2, dude. And biodiesel. They basically made him into a slickster. Ah, I see you. Yeah, it's probably that. It is. I forgot about the morph. Not gonna lie. But yo, that's awesome, dude. Didn't know you were doing a catch 'em all run like that. Good times, good times. This is kind of wide, but I'm gonna be a little thorough with it. Make it as wide as possible. That should be fine. And then we'll push it out to line it up with there. Why is that Husky Moo looks like he's diligent with his taxes? Hey, man. You ever seen the Lums? That's exactly how it is. When you're an adult and you have to pay taxes, and when you're a young kid not knowing what the world has for you. I got the derpy eyes, small grin, and this guy is like, God damn. That's just the clay art style, man. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. I had to sneeze. I apologize, y'all. He reminds me of Larry. Who's Larry? I feel like I know a Larry. 88. He's getting too old for this shit. Am I the only one that follows the rules? Pop, pop. How's that go? Am I the only one that's following the rules around here? Pulls out a gun. Pop, pop. I forget how that scene goes, man. I gotta watch that again. Take the algae, sure. The normal Pokemon gym leader? No, man, that's man, that's goddamn, what's her name? Wasn't the normal Pokemon the girl with the milk tank? That's a wild sentence, now that I think about it. The girl with the milk tank. That sounds suspect, man. And it's like, no, man, you guys know what I'm talking about. What's that phrase? Never gonna beat the allegations. Oh man. And man, milk tank's a Pokemon. for the uninitiated. I forget her name, dude. God damn it. She's old news. It's all about Larry. I don't know who Larry is, man. I really don't. Alright, I am going to assume this is safe. Famous last word, boys. Nothing here is hot, right? We could bring bottles of water inside. Whoa, where'd you bring that water from? What the hell? Why is it red? Yeah, just a little bit. Alright, 2,000 grams. 12. So I technically want 100 here. I want 50 kilograms per tile. This doesn't matter. We'll get 20 kilograms per tile. 25 is fine. So this is going to be 100 and this is going to be at like 50. Hopefully that's going to be okay. Should be alright. Should be alright. People of chat, what is one thing that you believed was true, but now you found out it's not? Like, I was talking about this the other day. One of them is an apple a day keeps the doctor away. That's not true, man. That's not a thing. And it was like a, you know, it's an advert. Lack of better words. Is there anything else like that? Oh, Santa Claus. The legend that is Santa. That's a pretty good one, I guess. What's another one? There's the other one where it was like, I talked about that the other day too, where there's like you guys remember the commercial? It was like a bunch of old ladies. No, that wasn't it. That was Arby's commercial. There was another commercial where it was like, oh, eat pork, the other white meat. And then it's like, pork is not white meat at all. Like, it's I don't know what, I to this day, man, I actually don't know if pork is considered red meat. Because as like growing up as a kid, I was told pork, the other white meat. And for the most part, I was, oh, it's white meat. I didn't actually like. Yeah, it's not, right? It's not like chicken or anything like that. I thought, oh, you can't. So I remember someone said that if you're ever thirsty in a desert, you could crack open a cactus and drink the water. Is that not actually a thing? Wow, that's not actually a thing, huh? Yeah, they're trying to rob you in the desert. Wow. That's it. Wow. That's crazy, fam. That's actually, that's tough. There's a lot of poisonous cacti. You gotta choose a good one. Man. Hey, today I learned, man. Kind of happy that we learned about that. Today I learned. Didn't think it'd be like it is, but it do, man. Peyote. Oh my god. What is peyote? I remember when I was a little kid, there used to be a coach for the Lakers called Phil Jackson. And they would joke around and say that what he does for the players is just give them a little bit of peyote and they play really well. And it was kind of like a joke because he was called the Zen Master. He would do a lot of like weird things for the coaching scheme that no other coaches does. And one of the things he would used to do, rumor has it, before practice starts, he would light a bunch of peyote and incense and like sweep it in the air so that it's like everywhere inside the facility as kind of like a way of like purifying. And like literally they joked around that it was the peyote that's doing everything. Now, I don't actually know, because I don't even know what peyote is. It's a hallucinogenic. Oh, that's crazy, fam. Hallucinogenic. So they basically all believe they were Michael Jordan. Is that what you're telling me? Everyone just believed they be Mike. That's kind of wild. Like Mike Ira, I know, man. That's crazy. I want another generator because I have no other way of dealing with it. I might just extend out the cooling line and put it like down here. I think that might be the play. I might actually want to do that. Does that mean counters performing enhancing drugs? It's weird, man. I'm not actually sure. Who knows, man? Peyote energy drink. Dude, so on the Lakers right now, there's a player that they have to hype up. So you know what they did? They put on the water bottle of that player their name and then apostrophe crunk juice. Mumble knows. Oh my god, I didn't think people in chat would know this. It's so ridiculous, that the crunk juice, and it's kind of a meme. Every time he plays well, they're like, oh man, it must be the crunk juice. Oh my god, that stuff is crazy, man. It's funny. It really is. They don't think it be like it is. Why is his morale so low? He is a historic. So in the basketball, in the league, right, it's very lucrative. You make millions of dollars to play a child sport, basketball. So people put 84. Dude, people are memeing that they're gonna all tune in to the Lakers versus Wizards, and Luka's gonna reclaim the title back for LA. A lot of no memes. People are low-key kind of hyped for that. So in the league, you get paid millions of dollars to play, you know, what's arguably a child sport. So what ends up happening is you get people that only work hard when they're a rookie, right? Because when you're a rookie, you get drafted high, you're set up for success, and then if you perform well, you get a big contract following. Contracts have to be paid out. So what happened was that this guy played out, and once he got the big contract, he stopped playing hard. Now he's at the end of said big contract. So there's a lot of people that are assuming he's not playing hard. So we don't actually know, but a lot of us, the fans, are looking at it that way. Like he will only play hard to kind of secure the next contract, so to speak. So that's basically what it is. Morale is not low, more so that he got paid and now he doesn't want to work for it anymore. They don't think be like it is, man, but it do. You do be like that sometimes. Dude, man, there's memes that are saying that, dude, Luka drop 85 against the Wiz next time we play. And we're hoping he does. Lakers haven't had a good center since Powell. I mean, it's hard to really say, man. AD, I miss him. He would be an amazing center for us. I'm not even gonna lie. He would be really nice, man, given who we have on the team right now. If you imagine we had Braun, AD as our 4 and 5, and they would swap positions, right? Like that would be so good. Jackson Hayes off the bench. He is injured a lot, but I will say though, he is the real deal. Like let's say this. Would you want Kawhi? When he's playing, he is unstoppable. Building melted. Oh, okay, that was planned. Yeah, glass cannon is a good way to put it. But it's like, dude, the upside is really there, dude. The upside is nice. I'm from Toronto. Have you ever seen any of the Toronto interviews with the players from that championship team? The first day of practice, Kawhi told everyone, I'm not staying. He literally said that, man. That's crazy. I'm not staying. and oh my god, dude. That was so wild. Like just saying that is kind of crazy, man. He was the ultimate rental. Came, carried, left, refused to elaborate. I'm just surprised that you guys actually, like, I would imagine the Toronto upper management knew about that. So they were okay with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of impressive. They was okay with the idea of just renting Kawhi. All right, no power, it's fine. This is gonna be 24 degrees. I do want to get this done, and then that. I don't know what we're gonna do with this power. Championship will do that. It was no guarantee for the chip, but you guys went with it, right? You guys eventually, it paid off, right? Some gambles were worth it. In that case, it really was. But it's one of those things, right? It's like, just because you get them doesn't mean you guys were gonna get it. But you guys got it, man. You know what's the ultimate sad thing about that? Y'all traded DeMar for Kawhi. So he doesn't have the chip despite carrying Toronto on his back for like how many years? That's the one thing that I'm low-key kind of sad about. DeMar have no chip, dude. The Raptors were a top team before he got there. It was. It is. I feel for DeMar, man. There was a season my Lakers were potentially gonna get him. I was like, I wouldn't be mad. I have a lot of respect for DeMar. But, you know, this wasn't the way the cookie crumbled. Do you watch a lot of basketball, Mumble? I died in PoE 5 minutes before the 13th end. You playing hardcore? That only matters. You playing hardcore, dude. DeMar was good, but it was never carrying. Yeah. Not as much as I like, but I feel you. The thing with DeMar is kind of like, he was the loyal worker for the franchise, in a sense that he was good and he's always stayed in Toronto. Like, it was his home. And did you ever hear the story about like when he first got drafted there? He was talking about like, yeah, man, when I got drafted, I was 16. I think he said 16. And he didn't know anything about the world. And I got shipped to another country. And he was talking about how it was kind of like low-key crazy. He didn't have a place to stay. And he didn't know anyone out there. They're in a different country, right? I mean, it's Canada, but it's like, still technically that's true. And he was talking about like, I remember the first night. I was just on the streets, didn't know what I was going to do, didn't know where I was going to stay. And I saw a Euro stand and got a Euro. That one of those kebab wraps. And he was talking about that. I remember I was listening to that. But yeah, man, it's kind of crazy. And then it's like, when he got removed from the team they won, I can't imagine how that feels. Because then you start to think that you're the problem. You know? That's the thing that's like so sad about that. Toronto food scene is great. It is. I wouldn't be surprised. Toronto is expensive though. If I have anything against Toronto, that shit is pricey, fam. Why is the cost of living so expensive over there? Isn't Toronto by far the highest cost of living in all of Canada though? I tried hardcore last league, but playing SSF without guides isn't a good choice for hardcore. Oh, I see. That or Vancouver, that's fair. The two big cities. He was kind of the problem though. We loved him, but he wasn't a 30 points per game guy. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I hate to say this. DeMar kind of feels like if Lou Williams started his entire career. Like, they're good, they're nice, but they not first option. I hate to say that, man. Like, they could play first option in the league for a successful team, but they're not a first option for a championship team. I guess you could say there's levels to it. Really do be like that sometimes, though. Yeah, going from Compton and then repping the country of Canada. Yeah, the story was crazy. What's going on to CC? Welcome in. I see you over there. How are you? Hello, hello. Mamba, where are you? Mamba is sunbathing. He has missed spring. And he's been sunbathing every day. He goes by the window. There's a windowsill. And he's literally just in the sun. I remember he was so mad when it was wintertime and it was gloomy out. And he would go outside, have the look on his face of disappointment, and then walk back into the room and just duck into the blankets where it's warm. He's like, man, it's cold outside. There's no sun. He's mad. Now that the sun's out, he's always at the windowsill, just chilling. It's always a big deal when big names are willing to play for a Canadian team that don't play hockey. That's true. How do you feel about Steve Nash? And how he never played for Toronto, dude. Mamba's secretly a plant. Hey, man. He got the photosynthesis receptors. He is the new breed of kitty cats. He played for Canada, though. Oh, he played for the national team. Did he? I didn't know that. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know that. He played for the national team for the Olympics. I didn't know he actually took part of that, man. Not gonna lie. Can't expect every player to come home, I guess. Alright, man. As a Canadian, I gotta ask, what is your take on Justin Bieber? Do you guys claim him? Are you gonna be... I am. G got us the game, and we have it, and we're gonna be playing it. The thing is that Timberborn 1.0 just released, and I just started Mugenics, so we will eventually get to it, but it's probably gonna take some time. But yeah, I have Slay the Spire 2. We're gonna play it. We got it. We got it. All right, we could seal this. Yeah, Beaver City Builder. There are plenty of Canadians that are famous in it. Yeah. But I'm saying, though, it's like, I remember when Justin Bieber was blowing up, there was a bunch of people that was like, Justin Bieber is Canadian. He's like, no, man, we don't claim him. And I was like, that's so weird, but you know what? It is what it is. We don't claim him. I was like, wait, hold up, man. That's crazy. Bieber, some decent songs. The only thing I remember about Bieber, man, was that one photo where it was what had happened was that there was a photo of him and he was sagging his pants, and what had happened was that there was like a poop stain skid mark right where it would be, and people were like, yo man, take a shower and all that stuff. I don't know if that's even online anymore, but I think it was like TMZ released the photo, someone sent it to them, and it was like, I think there's a video too, like he got out of a car, went inside the house, and he was wearing like white drawers, and like right where the booty cheeks are, you had the brown streak, and it was not the business, you know. Not the business. Look at this graph. Nickelback has some bangers though. Dude, I remember when I was a little kid, I didn't understand the hate that Nickelback got. Because I was like, man, they have that one song, "This is how you remind me of what I really am." And it was like, it was on the radio all the time. Oh, that's cool. I didn't understand it. And then you listen to their other songs, like, oh shit, this is the same song. What's happening here? Like, I think I saw it on the other day. Someone mentioned it. There is a video edit where they would do different songs that they made and literally played on top of each other because everything was identical, like the beats, the riff. It's the only thing that was changed was the lyrics. And then I feel like that's probably why people started hating on them. It was a thing where it was like just formulaic. Some people did the same with the Britney Spears. Oh, really? I didn't know about that. Feels bad, Britney Spears. Alright, man. We need to actually deal with the saltwater issue here. Looks like I will want to get a little bit of hydrogen. We'll try to get this set up. And then we got to do the weird bridge setup here to make it a little bit better. I want to get the cooling in first. Nah, man. So, guys, you guys probably don't know this. Long time ago, I really wanted to sing. So I started practicing. So this was back in the days before YouTube's. And I had this book, How to Be a Good Singer. So I was practicing at home. And my neighbors called the cops on me. They're saying that this motherfucker was dying and that he needed help. And I was like, what? And the police came. And then from that day forward, man, it was a whole thing. I gave up on singing. They heard reports that it sounded like a dog was dying. I was like, damn, man, was it that bad? And yeah, man, from that day forward, man, I gave up. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Tough crowd, yeah, man. I was singing Ricky Martin. They apparently didn't like Ricky Martin. Dude, metal singing. I have to tell you guys a story. When I was in college, we had a... So when I was in college, that was when Guitar Hero and Rock Band was popping. Like, it just dropped, right? And it was like, dude, it was the game to play. Man, when I was in college, man, all the good games dropped. Skyrim dropped. Man, I'm old, fam. Skyrim is 10 years old. Skyrim dropped when I was in college, and it was like, you know, that was awesome time. And what happened was that Rock Band came out. They had I was in one of the campus clubs, and they had a tournament for the groups of people, and you won. Each person in the band would get a $25 In-N-Out gift card. I was like, hell yeah, dude, In-N-Out, let's go. So it was a Rock Band. Basically, there's a score system, right? And how it works is they set it up. It was like the judges pick songs. You would do the same song. And then what happens afterwards is there is a challenge where you sing a song and then the other team has to outperform you on the same song. So it's like, instead of judges' choice is your choice, and then they you know, clash. So there was a girl that goes to church and she was like a gospel choir singer, and she was just whooping ass, and everything else like on the instruments was negligible, so her singing pushed them to the top. At the finale, it was her group versus another group. The other group had the best plan. You know what they did? They went second. And then when it was their turn to perform, they did a screamo song. And she just couldn't sing it. Then they immediately just kind of fell apart. And they were like, oh, that's so smart. Like everyone was like, that's so smart. She could sing, but she can't scream. And then that was like, they won the gift cards, man. The look on her face, man, when that happened, she was like, I can't believe that's a song. And she tried, man. But yeah, you say that you probably be a good metal singer, dude, man. I saw that happen. Dude, man, they had strats. It was Rock Band, I think. I think that was the game we was playing. Yo, dude, when it comes to the tournaments, man, you gotta have the strats. Don't want to get left behind. People are pretty creative when it comes to that stuff. Saltwater auto bottle. Oh, I don't have the pipeline in. Okay. Dude, man, every person got $25 gift card, man. And this was back in the days before inflation. That was a lot of money. That was back in the days before inflation. You know what you would be able to buy with $25, man? Back in the days? You go into the store with $25, you get 3 double doubles, animal style fries, a drink, milkshake, and you get a Flying Dutchman as well. And that was all for $25, man. It was good times. How much would we get today? 1 double double. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, man. I don't actually know the prices of the In-N-Out. I was trying to meme. You know that there's that one thing, like back in my days, my mom would give me $5 to go to the store, and I'd come back with milk, eggs, ham, cheese, bread. And then they installed video cameras, and then I couldn't do that anymore. You know, man, that was the old school saying. Costco hot dogs have been the same price for a while. That's because of the CEO, though. The CEO says, you're going to have to kill me before you can change the price of the hot dogs. He did done say that, man. Over my dead body, will you change that? Because he brought it up. They're like, hey, boss, you know, we could raise the price of the hot dog. They're like, no, we can't do this. You get a $25 drink at Starbucks. Dude, that's insane. Actually insane. That's way too much for Starbucks. And it's going to be a small. Hey, man. They don't call it a small. It's a venti. Y'all ever seen that scene with what's his name? Ant-Man? God damn it. What's his name? Paul Rudd. Where he goes to the coffee shop and he's like super pissed. And he's like, let me get a large coffee. And then it's like, we don't have large, sir. We have venti, grande, and alto, or something like that. And he goes, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, no, I just want a large coffee, man. Come on. Like, he's the, like, I didn't have my coffee, don't mess with me type of vibe. You know, some people get that. And he was, like, mad. And then, it's like, he has, like, a coworker that's with him. He's like, no, man, just give him the coffee. And then he's like, Did you know that you just said large in 3 different languages? Congratulations. You are stupid in 3 languages. Because it's like they're all up in the fuss about like what they call the different sizes. And it's like apparently like yeah, it doesn't really make sense. Nonstop Naps knows what I'm talking about though. Man, what was that from? Was that a TV show or was that from Ant-Man the movie? Do we have enough water? Oh, we just do. Nice. All right, we will do a burn off here. And then I guess we could do this. Water from what? Oh, I had water in the pipes. That's fine. All right, let's finish building that. A little bit of water. We'll just mop it up. Role models. Thank you, Hookem. That was in role. Oh my god, I haven't seen role models. That makes sense why it was something a little bit obscure to me. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. Sounds like the manly guy Swanson. I didn't watch. I only know memes. Oh, Ron Swanson? No. That guy's from Parks and Rec. That guy's a legend, though. That guy is a legend. I think the scene that I remember the most about him is when they went to a diner and everyone's having serious conversations. And he's just going to town on steak and eggs. And he's just having his own little side dialogue with the waitress. And then at the diner, there's someone with them that's kind of just there. That's not really part of the group normally. But, you know, she's there hanging out. And then he's just like, let me get your steak and eggs. And then it's like, the waitress is like, okay, cool. It's like, no, you didn't hear me. I wanted all your eggs. You didn't hear me, son. Let me say this again. All your eggs. Give me all your eggs. And he comes out with a bunch of eggs. And they just go into town. And then there's like a part where it's like everyone's quiet. And goes, hey, I will have that third steak. And he's just eating all the food. And then at the end of it, the lady that was there just looks at him and is like, hey, you want to go to my place? She was just so enthralled with his ability to put away food that it was like, she was that impressed, man. That was the scene that I was like, oh, that's Ron Swanson. That's when I learned about the legend himself. I went to McDonald's. I went to a buffet at McDonald's last night. Wait, they have buffets at McDonald's? That sounds like a scam, though. Like, what would you even get there? It's weird. I can't distinguish the movie age between Paul Rudd doesn't age. Like, it's the same look since Friends days. Dude, there are a group of people that if you call them vampires because they never aged, I would believe you. I would put in that list Keanu Reeves. Ever since The Matrix, he's always looked the same. There's also Paul Rudd's pretty good. I feel like Morgan Freeman has always looked the same. He looks old, but he's always looked old. And then I mean, I feel like Leonardo DiCaprio doesn't really work. Jennifer Aniston, she has looked the same. I haven't seen any modern pictures of Charlize Theron from Charlie's Angels. She was one of the angels, I believe. Endless chicken nugget. Dude, I could barely finish a 20 piece. I'd feel like I just spend the $5 for the 20 piece. Like, it's just at some point my body's like, you've eaten too much fried food, son. And then I'm just kind of like, yeah, you're right. I'm gonna just go sit down. No limitless nuggets. That's a scam. YCK, welcome in. Best scene was Ron Swanson with the schoolgirl landmine. I don't remember that scene. I saw some videos of Freeman as a kid with the gray hair. It looks the same. Might have been photoshopped. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, man. There are a lot of people that look like they haven't aged. Though I feel like it's also because they do the plastic surgery. They got the money for that. Right? So it's like, you know, some people, it's like, it's just kind of unsuspecting. Because they don't look the type to be kind of like, worried about their looks in that regard. I mean, that might just be me though, but it's like, I get the feel that some of the people are like, they're cool with it, cool without it too. Who is that? Nathan Fillion? I can't say I've heard of that name. You've eaten too much fried ambiguous meats. I'm gonna be real. I don't think I've ever bought ground chicken or ground turkey. I've seen it at the supermarket, but I can't say I've ever actually purchased it. Like, I've only ever done ground beef or ground pork. Not gonna lie. Captain Malcolm Reynolds? Who's that? Captain Malcolm Reynolds. Who do be Captain Malcolm Reynolds? Alright, this is ready. It's time to do the weird jank setup here. Double bridge shenanigans. I've never seen Firefly. Dude, I saw the weirdest post on Reddit yesterday. It was, the guy who made the post was like, what is the one universe from a TV show or, TV show, anime that you would want to have made into a video game world, like World of Warcraft? And they had a picture of Firefly. And not only that, I have heard so much, like Firefly was great, but it got canceled. Some people argue greatest TV show all time, stuff like that. I have seen a lot of that, but I have never seen Firefly, so I know nothing of it. Yeah, Firefly is fantastic, but it got canceled. Can someone give me like what's special about the Firefly universe? Slam Dunk. I have watched the original, and I believe I read most of the manga that was out 10 years ago. And then, of course, around that time, they had a Kuroko no Basket. Didn't know there was an anime movie from 20. They made a new one? They made a new one. No way. Picks up where the anime ended to cover the remainder of the manga. Yeah, the anime ends when he's like finally getting his first in-game dunk. The OG anime. I remember that, man. I remember that. $22? That's so random. Was it good? Have you seen it? I gotta ask, man, have you seen it? Was it good? Oh, they did the microchipping. What in the world? Lock the doors, boys. You did not need this. It's called The First Slam Dunk. And it's related to the anime. I'm rewatching the series lead up to it. Nice. Directed by the author. Ooh, directed by the author. That's actually low-key poggers. Very often does that not happen. Very often does that not happen. Does the author themselves get the ability to publish a movie like that? That's actually low-key impressive. I might have to watch that. How long is it? Is it on YouTube? Is it on YouTube? Wouldn't mind checking that out. Wouldn't mind checking that out. So people of chat, can someone tell me what makes Firefly universe Firefly? Like, I don't know anything about it. Is it like a superhero thing? What makes the world special and why was it so great? That's what I kind of am the curious about. I don't know what makes Firefly Firefly. $124. That's not bad. The characters. It's not on YouTube, sadly feels bad. So is like what's the premise? Is it like superheroes? Are they cops? Is there something supernatural going on? Is it just a story about kids going to school? Like what's the setting for it? Because I feel like for whatever reason, I've only heard people say it's good, it's great, and I don't hear anything actually about the show itself. Like, it's a good detective show, it's a good whodunit, it's a good drama. Sci-fi, and they're a crew of a space smuggler ship. Oh, wow. AI ship sci-fi futuristic space world. Space smugglers. Okay. They work in outer space planets of the Federation, where locals tend to be dumb, hasty type as compared to technology advanced people from the core planets. Wow. And it's just them running their smuggling missions and running into situations. Okay. So good writing, good characters. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. We want to run that there. Likely run this like that, just to get ready. And there's an overarching issue that permeates throughout the season, and it's definitely was building up to further develop the next season, but alas, I see. Could you put it in Discord, the CC, so that it's easier for me to look up later? Put it into the general chat, because I'll check it out. The description reminds you of the old comedy show, The Red Dwarf. I did make follow-up movies called Serenity to address the main plot point. Oh, wow. Was there... What did they say was the reasoning why they didn't do any more this season? Was it they couldn't afford to pay the cast? Like, there has to be a reasoning. The television station aired them out of order, and it completely ruined the pacing of the story. Hold up, man. That's like old school anime. The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. They air the episodes out of order, but they did that kind of on purpose to get a cult following. That happened in one of the animes though. But it's like, to their success, a lot of people attribute that anime to like modernization. It's thank you to ZC. I'll check it out later. But then it released on DVD and everyone who saw it in the correct order loved it. I see. Maybe they were just trying to be a little bit too hipster with the out of order stuff. But that was a thing that was kind of popular. I feel like though it's okay to do that, where you jump around in the timeline, but you have to do it well. Like a lot of times I feel like when I see that done, it's like they show part of a clip, right? Like this. And then it's like you're wondering why, and then somehow they're talking about that instance, and then it's like at the end of the arc it zooms out and you get the full picture and you're like, oh, kind of a thing. I've seen like shows do that and it works for what they wanted to do, but it is something I would say it's a little precarious, where it's like it's got to be done right or else it's gonna be garbage. I think they were trying to get a higher action as first episode, but it skipped all the character intros. AI struggles with the head. That's the thing. Guys, I have to use the restroom. Quick break. I hate to do this mid-conversation, but I really gotta go. I'll be right back really fast. We is back. Anyone here listen to Radiohead? Ooh, I know some of their songs. It's like they do like melodic music, very chill vibes. I used to listen to a lot of maybe not a lot, but I used to listen to Radiohead songs in college. That was around the time where I was like big into EDM. I think they do have a song called Creep. I think the song I listen to most is like Everything in Its Place or something like that. Dun 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 dun. Anyways, I have a playlist known as 01 and 10. It's 2 albums. If you stagger the song from one album and then the other, they mix perfectly. And the albums came out 10 years apart. So if you play the songs with a 10-second fade, the playlist mixes perfectly. Ah. It's kind of like how they do, who's the band? Is it Nirvana and Alice in Wonderland? They did something like that, but it was like, I don't know if it was on purpose. Who did that? It's not Nirvana, was it? They did the thing where it's like if you play the album at the start of the movie, it lines up perfectly. I see you over there though. You used to listen to some on Radiohead. Playing the episodes out of order made me think of it. Yeah, I feel like it was kind of, I don't want to say popular because not a lot of people did that, but there were a lot of things that did stuff like that. Kind of be a little different. It's kind of like you guys remember, what is it, Jamiroquai, Virtual Insanity? The music video was dank, dude. Super dank. And it's like they had a lot of cool ideas and it was different. And it was like the guy that's just standing in the room and everything's moving. It's a cool playlist. Someone even made it on Spotify. If you want to see how it mixes, that's actually kind of cool. That's like the reverse Nickelback. I'm gonna be streaming for at least another 3 hours, probably 2.5, 3 hours. We got to get this volcano tamed. We're actually kind of ready to get it started though, so maybe we could turn this on. I would want to be careful with the igneous. I don't want to pull that out anymore. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I guess we could do it like that. Let's seal this up. It's the album OK Computer and OK in Rainbows. Yeah, that's reverse Nickelback. Nickelback, all the songs sound the same. You can play it on top of itself. And then the other one is you can play the album on top of itself, but it mixes well. It's crazy. But yeah, I'll be here for a while in CC, a few hours. At the very least. We'll be hanging out, man. Alright, if we seal this up, I'm not really too worried about it, and then I could start just adding in our turbines. And we should be fine with that. Will Mama make an appearance? Probably not. Unless he decides to jump on the bed at some point. Which is, he might actually do that. He has done that before. He'll jump on the bed for a while and then he'll leave. Why'd you drop face cam? I was getting a lot of pimples from eating the chicken nuggets every night, so I had to put away the face cam. Yeah, that's totally not a lie. Nah, man. Face cam? I never had it. Like, we did it every now and then, but it wasn't like something we did often. Hey, it's the guy with the cat. Wait a second. Alright, door is locked, so you could pull magma from here and go to the other spot. That would ruin my day, so I need to make sure this is locked everyone out. Someone's gonna go here, pump magma, go to the other spot that we dumped the magma into, and that's not good. Alright, so pump here, drop off here, we solidify, dump into here. Should work out. Okay. High pressure classic. And then the H2 line is now emptying. That's pretty good. Can't be mad, can't be mad. There's a good chance we... Igneous is getting dropped off here. Wood is getting pulled out. The wood and gold aren't being separated, but it's fine. We have both dropping off here. I kind of want to run the gold down. A little unfortunate. So that would be here then. And I guess we will do the setup here. So that we could build everything that we want here. That way we could run the rail to bring the items in. The iron is going to be what we're going to be bringing in. We're not going to want any exposed area so that it doesn't get warmed up anyway. This is going to be fine. We're just going to let the iron sit there for a while before we run it out. And then we're sweeping out the items here so that a lot of the hot stuff gets moved out and we don't have to deal with it. The real thing is that this area is eventually going to be part of the inside of the base. And I need to make sure that the items that are hot doesn't get to the inside. Should be fine. Alright, let's go. Get this built. We have a little bit of igneous. Warmed up very slightly. We have coolant on it, so we're good. And all we have to do is dump the magma. We're still setting up the cooling box here. Shouldn't take too long. And then we will eventually sweep the igneous out. We're just going to wait on that until we're actually ready. Everything else we're going to be working on right now. It should be fine. Finishing the cooling box. We'll add water inside. And then once we get water here, we're going to seal this up. Probably smart to get a insulated door there. Just so they have access. And of course, lock everyone in and out. Drop the magma. That's what we want. So we're reducing the magma here. It's dormant. Let's go. That's exactly the play. We're going to do a lot of digging to just reduce the amount of obsidian here. But we're going to be pumping up the magmas right now. It would make sense for us to start laddering down here. Because we will need a ladder here eventually. Though I will probably want to seal it. Maybe no ladder. We're gonna try to be a little bit picky with this. All right, steam room. This is not gonna matter because the pipes are not gonna be in contact with the metal. It's not really gonna be a problem. And then we just gotta get our coolant box here. Seal this up. We are gonna get our cobalt line here. And then maybe start adding in our water that we would want. So this side, we can allow dupes because you can't climb in or anything like that. Build and get the deliveries in. A little bit of a gas thing. I don't think it's going to be a problem too much though. We have our ladder here now, which means we can start bobbing this. Okay. Should be good. Let's get the auto bottle one here. We gotta watch this. But yeah, I was talking about this earlier. I'm gonna try to just, you know, be better with the decisions and just making decisions instead of being at the decision paralysis point. I'm gonna be working to be better with that. Prage. All works well with that. And then hopefully that means it's gonna be better for the streams. Not that it's been detrimental, but you know. I do want it to be better. Alright, we're gonna need probably... We go up to 50 here and get it to 200 per layer. But we're just gonna have to add water slowly. Get it done. And this is running. We could have this be hot, doesn't really matter. We're just gonna be going through the magma right now. Don't really need the power for anything. No power consumers, but it's still running. Doesn't really matter. Okay. Power line is in. There is some sweeping we'll do afterwards, but I think it's gonna be fine. Then construction. We do kind of want to build this over the other stuff. Get the bottles of water inside. We're removing the magma here. All we got to do here to finish the setup is pretty simple. We want to drain the magma first so that it's a little bit easier to get done. But it's not going to be something we need to do a lot of. You know what's the one thing I probably should do? Airflow here. Oh no. Insulate here, remove these two. So we climb in, down, down. So we hold more magma. Maybe, maybe not. That could be a trap. That's fine for now. We just gotta remove magma. Abyssalite. Yeah, we could dig this. Wait, no, that's not the tile to dig. That's not really gonna matter. We just gotta reduce this for now. Chucking in the magma. It's getting hot, but it's fine. It's fine. Man, the magma really doesn't spread around. Not very viscous. But we gotta reduce it. Being able to make a dent on this is pretty nice. Alright. Let's go back to here. We got the vac. We can remove this, remove the power, remove the gas line. Let's get our reservoirs here. We're gonna have them floating because we're gonna have airflows on the bottom. There's gonna be a point to that that we'll address later. Okay, this goes here. That goes here. We'll cut and move everything out after we're done. Got the vac in. It's pretty good. Power's looking good. Let's do a CO2 check. This is CO2 is low. I mean, it's trying. Yeah, this is not good. We're low on CO2 again. Always. 27 tons. We're still getting coal. 133. Okay. So that means back here, we're getting wood deliveries. It's just a little slow. Okay. Wood from the top row. We're gonna move here. Duties, we're gonna bump this to a 7. We're still doing that. It's gonna take time. This is gonna take time as well. So we need wood to start getting delivered so that we could just saturate the wood because we're burning a lot. We are chopping wood from here and then they're, you know, sweeping it out. But yeah, it looks like the wood is a little bit of a struggle right now. This is going down, so while we are burning and generating CO2, it's not great. And we are getting CO2 from here, it's just a little slow. We are getting CO2 from natty gas, again, still a little slow. Water pumpage is fine. This is empty, which is okay, because this is going to be active. It is already active. Okay, this is about done. Let's move everything out, then we'll seal this up. And yeah, we really just want more CO2. Unfortunately, it doesn't really feel like we have much options. We're gonna bump this down to a 1. We have a lot of CO2 here that we could tentatively add into the line. Let's do a weird setup. Gas filter. The double bridge shenanigans. Get this built. We're just gonna pump up CO2 from here and dump everything that's not CO2 into a res so that we could just catch up a little bit here. Because I don't want another situation here where this fills up because we didn't have enough CO2. That's kind of gross. Okay, reject all. How is the CO2 from here? It's filled up. Okay, turn this back off. $18.22. We got a lot. $118. We'd still add a little bit more. This is still not full power. This is built. Okay, sweep everything. There's obsidian at 18 degrees. Very nice. Not enough steam temp generator. That's fine. We're not going to use that for power. We do want to attach that. Just dump that power we generate back into the system. Working on that. It's not too bad. Got that dig out. And we're just slowly adding in magmas. It's pretty good so far. A little bit of diagonal digging. You know what? We'll keep that high up, so that we can pump it all out a little bit easier. Okay, 132. This got built pretty good. And then we will have to separate this, but we won't have to pump the magma before we actually do that. I guess we could do this. Just because this is fine. Nothing here is hot. And of course, people of chat, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. We hanging out, man. It's Friday. Y'all know that quote from Friday? You ain't got no job. You ain't got shit to do. Because it's Friday. It really do be Friday sometimes. $154. Yeah, shit to do. What's going on, Alpa? You guys know Alpa? Alpa was one of the friends in the infamous movie video. It's Friday, Friday. Come get it up because it's Friday. We're gonna go to the mall because it's Friday. That was Alpa, dude. Alpa was in the movie video, music video. There's that one scene where she pulls up in like a car. Alpa's the dude driving. He had no lines in the song though. He was just, you know, chauffeur. Be like that sometimes. Yo. Alpa, man. Adding on to the legends. What a way to do it, man. I sees you over there. $169 over 4. That's what, 40 kg. That's pretty decent. I don't think we need to add any more. That's one of the modern memes. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I remember I had a friend and he had a all black leather couch. And we all go over to his place and we all look at the couch and we all look at each other. We're like, yo man, where the cameras at? You know what I'm saying? It's like, no man, I got this off of Craigslist. Craigslist was hot at the time. You gotta understand this. So we was like, I don't know if I want to sit on it, man. When's the last time you cleaned the couch? You know, we in college, so it's like, oh, I don't remember. It's like, yeah, man, maybe not. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. For real though, we had a homie that had the couch like that, man. And he, for serious, got it off of Craigslist. That's the crazy thing. No memes, man. Really do be like that sometimes. That leather is in great shape. I believe it's not called lube. I believe it's called a finish. In leatherworking, you have to finish the leather. I believe that's the terminology they use. Totally legit. Still waiting on this. I guess we could get started on the temp shift plates here. We'll use cobalt. My terminology is so bad that remind me that it's leather, not skin. Polish. Oh, there we go. The polish, yes. Seems legit. I believe the terminology I was using specifically is for wood. You have to use a stain. You stain the wood and then you finish the wood so that you get a coat of protective seal to prevent it from like getting blemishes for like tabletops, right? I forget what it's called. Resin, maybe. Oh, the item got moved down. Nice. Leather uses conditioner, like Head and Shoulders. Like we wash in hair. Dude, the igneous is now under 1,000 tons. It used to be very high up. Let's go. Dandruff from the cowhide. That can't be a thing, right? That real? Cowhide dandruff? Alright, this is almost done. Actually almost done. We just gotta start dumping in more magma. I'm gonna put in a second bottle drainer to get 2 people doing this. Okay, that's good. H2 is no problem anymore. It's only if it's backing up that this turns on and it's burned off. Otherwise, everything up there. The cooling line is fine. No, I never plugged this back in. So the coolant water is hot. Yeah, it's at 50 degrees. That's not good. And that's warming up everything. Alright, so we're cooling this back down. That's good. Water here is maxed out from the P water line. This is going to be dormant, so that's fine. We have enough water storage for that. We did the math. This water is looking pretty good as well. A lot of it is removed. This is preventing it from pumping. And then it's water from the reservoirs. This is going to be active now, so that's fine. So this is going to be okay. We have a little bit of storage space still. This is starting to produce. Wheezeworts doing what Wheezeworts do. Pretty good job. We're gonna do a mop and dump setup probably because it's a little warm here. Probably want to do some ice temperature plates. You know what? A Wheezewort is probably the play. We're gonna do a Wheezewort here to just ambiently cool everything down. Wheezewort's too strong, man. One dude could do up to 5 drainers, and maybe more if they have the strength for it. True. We're just moving out more magma. It's really what it is. Did we get it? We got it. Copy paste. I guess I do want these built too. The insulated tiles. Curative tablets. Always nice to get medicine. I have to ask the people of chat. Was I the only one that took Tylenol for every issue when they were younger? You got a cold, you gotta take some Tylenol. Your head hurts, you gotta take some Tylenol. Your stomach hurts, you gotta take some Tylenol. Did you guys have the same upbringing, man? That or the Robitussin. You know what, man? Robitussin is what I graduated to. Because when we got to college, we would take swigs of Robitussin when we got sick. So instead of like staying in bed and, you know, doing the sick thing, like the first day that we feel like we're getting sick or we are sick, we would take a swig of the Robitussin and then just pass out for the day. And then the next day you automatically just feel better. I remember, man, we did that a lot. Don't use meds unless it's really necessary. That's fair. That's actually probably better for your health. But yeah, man, we did the Robitussin strats. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Are the woods coming in strong now, so I don't have to be too worried about this? This is still a little bit laggy, but it's fine. Not really too worried about that. Sweeping here is okay. They're probably moving a lot of the wood right now, which is fine. All right, dumping in the magmas. So people of chat, I gotta ask, why do I find when it's late at night very peaceful? Am I alone with that? I remember one of the things we used to do a lot when I was in college was there was this plaza that had a lot of the shops there was 24 hours. And as a result, we would hang out there late at night because me and all the roommates loved staying up. So there was Subway and a Rite Aid. So it's like they had everything. You buy alcohol, you buy drinks, you buy snacks, and then sandwich shop. So we would always be hanging around at the plaza. And one of the things I noticed was that it felt super peaceful, and I really liked when it was, for lack of better words, late. It was like the night was kind of calm. It felt like, I felt like I was at peace. Is that just a trait of being a night owl? I don't understand why the magma is dropping through the tiles. Okay. So magma is a liquid, right? So liquid magma, once you cool it down, becomes igneous rock. So the igneous rock here is solid once it reaches 1409. This is at 1580. So when we drop the magma here, this tile is solid, and we're holding it up with these 3 solid tiles. Once it touches the tiles are at 195. It cools down. So it has to solidify. The game doesn't like it if you're inside of a mesh tile. So when you solidify, it pushes you out. Since it's on this tile it solidifies, we block all the other tiles with solid tiles. Mesh is a solid tile. So this is the only open spot. So the igneous rock here spawns on that tile. And you see it fall down. So that's going to be how we're taming the magma that way. Because if you have all the igneous on a solid tile like that, it's technically infinite storage. Because you could stack any amount of debris on the tile. We will sweeping out though, once we get the cooling box actually built. But yeah, that's going to be the reason why. Hopefully that makes sense, Alpha. The quieter, less crowded, you don't have to do stuff at night probably. Yeah, we were just chilling. It's like they have the patio chairs out in the front and it's like it's all dark. The night sky is clear. It's super quiet. There's almost no cars. There is cars there. And you almost see no one out there. And it's really nice. It's like calming, peaceful. Where do you make Atmos suits to put in the dock? It's inside the base. Right here. So they live right here. We have our random trees on the side. We have our suit forge, a couple of these smoldering stations if we want to make something. But yeah, it's right here. Repair on both reed and feathers on max. We even have some spare suits. But yeah, it's on the inside. This is still slowly vacuuming, which is fine. This got done. Let's go. Probably want to move out the igneous, the abyssalite there. It's negative. And then put in the cobalt tiles there is probably okay. I'm probably okay with starting to put cobalt here. We do want to add water here, but we got to make sure we do it right. Let's go, Lindsay. She didn't keep chaining it. That would have been nice. Alright, we could build that tile and put the insulated out. I don't want to build the metal inside. And then we know the wall is going to be right here. That connects to everything, so we got to finish pumping out the magma. Oh yeah, to answer that question, I showed you where my Atmos suit was. You typically want your dupes to have access to the Atmos suit forge for repairs without the suits on. In the case that you run into a power outage, you could still use the suits. If you didn't know, the suit checkpoints. This building doesn't require power, so even if your power is out, you could still use it. The only thing about this is that you might run out of oxygen in the suit, so you need the power for that. Can't drop magma into the mesh at this point. So what it is that there's a critical mass point where if you have too much magma stacked up on the tile, it solidifies into a diggable block of igneous like that. And that will actually clog the mesh tile from allowing new things to spawn. So because of that, I need to actually build this setup that I have right here to push up magma every so often on a timer. Because if we don't do that, it's gonna allow too much from a raw eruption, right? Basically, it's like when it erupts and produces and pushes the magma down, it's too much for it to handle. And it doesn't cool it down fast enough because it just gets hotter and hotter and hotter. And then once it just slows down, so you get too much spilling in at the same time and it's not solidifying it fast enough. that becomes an issue because it jams it. So what we need to do is create a little bit of space to build the build. And we're kind of waiting on that. That's effectively what it is that we kind of want to do. So yeah, technically can't drop the magma, not yet. I believe that it's about 1490, something like that. If you get over 1490 kilograms, it becomes a tile for magma specifically. Every different item in this game has a different value for the solidification point into a solid mass. Algae is above 2 kilograms. Once you have over 2 kilograms of algae, you get a solid tile of dirt. So it's one of those things where it kind of depends what you're dealing with. But in our case, magma, it's about 1490 kilograms. So it's best that we do it this way, technically. Oh, this is getting hot. I mean, it's not like the aqua tuner is working too hard, right? Uptime is not even 50%. Because the only thing that matters is that we could keep the turbines cool. Nothing else really matters. Like the temperature here, how much power we're losing, because we're not using this for power anyways. Yeah, we're not using these turbines for power. It shouldn't matter. We have too much power right now anyways. It should be cool. They be chilling. Alright, this is done. We could start separating that. CO2 is healthy now that we have this dumping in. Let this accumulate as high as we could get it to. This side is at 400 to 60. Wood's getting distributed. Copper should be going back to the first planet, so it's not a problem. Yeah, we can see the wood on the rails. It's all pretty good. Sulfur has gone down to 128 tons. Dormant for another 2.6. Okay. I want to say we'd be okay with that. I'm not sure if we actually have enough consumers of sulfur, but I have to hope it is. I guess another thing we haven't done yet is start feeding seals the sugar, but we don't need to. That was just something we could do as extra. Yeah, it looks like downtime. No one's delivering magma, so it's able to cool down. It's kind of nice. Okay. So it's gonna push the gas bubble, so I'm not really too worried. So that this means that we could start building out the top layer, because we're not gonna have the whole thing be liquid. It's only gonna be the middle layer. Oh, and we still need to build the aqua tuner line here. Dude, you guys want to see the grossest design of all time? That's so gross. So, here. And it's because for my pipeline to wrap around, it's probably going to go here and then go back up, right? So because of that... Now, the good news is that no one's going to see that because we're going to put metal tiles on top. Let's go. And then all my rails are there, so it's a good chance it goes like this. And then like that. Just to get it ready, because we are going to have to build this. I just accept them and don't think about how it works. That's wise. Don't need to think about it, man. Just accept it. Acceptance is the first stage of getting over something, right? What is it called? The 5 stages of grief? Denial, anger, indifference, acceptance, and then you're over it. I forget how that goes, man. Yeah. It's denial. The first stage of acceptance. Man, we built a lot of this pretty fast. Doing pretty good. People of chat, we're hanging out, right? What is one thing that you do to better your health? I do this thing where when I wake up, I push the wall. And what I mean when I say that is that there's a wall in the house. And then I do like a lunge position. And then I face the wall. And then I push it. I don't actually push it anywhere. But what it is that my hands go flat, and that's really good for stretching out my wrist for carpal tunnel. And then I'm doing a lunge with my lower body, and I'm pushing that way. Apparently, there's a gym workout where they actually have a crate, and you push it like a certain amount of distance, and it weighs like 50 pounds or something. I don't know how much it weighs. And you do that as kind of a way of building leg muscle, and you get the stretched out wrists. So I do that for myself because carpal tunnel sucks. And that way I'm bettering my wrist that way. The strongman's gym has that. Oh yeah, there we go. I be a strong man, boys. Let's go. I go to work on a bike, not in the wintertime. Oh, dude, you're the dude that has the full suit and tie riding on a bike when I'm driving in traffic. That's you, buddy. Oh, shit. I did not know this. I gotta ask, man. No suit and tie. Oh, my bad. I thought that was you. Casual, everyday clothes. I see. You know what's funny? Now you say that. Y'all ever seen the Superman thing? Where it's like, you know, it's so unrealistic that Superman just puts on glasses and no one could tell it's him. You guys know about that, right? And it's kind of like, oh yeah, that's so unbelievable. Right? Like, just put the glasses on and he's different. They did an experiment where they took the latest Superman guy. I think his name is what? Henry Cavill. He's the guy that plays The Witcher. And they made him wear the Superman attire for just a shirt. And then he wore glasses. And no one recognized him. Apparently, when he puts on the glasses, it activates the disguise that people generally can't tell it's them. Oh, there's some actual, like, Superman superpowers behind that? Oh, wow. Yeah, he did the Man of Steel. So he had the Man of Steel Superman logo shirt. And he wore that around New York, like Times Square and all that. And no one recognized him. There is... Oh, wow. I didn't know that. I didn't know they had to do something with that. That's actually kind of cool. The more you know. Superman lore. I see you, Warm Gravy. If you guys don't know Warm Gravy, Warm Gravy got their name because back in the days when I was in high school, I used to work at KFC. And we had a drive-thru. And one day, the warm gravy was not called warm gravy yet, was like, hey man, can we get some mashed potatoes? I want the gravy on the side. I was like, okay, cool, that's fine, man. People do that all the time. And then he goes, hey man, y'all got any warm gravy? I was like, what do you want warm gravy for? It was like, oh, it tastes better. I was like, this motherfucker eats warm gravy instead of the hot gravy, whatevers. So when I gave it to him, I was like, hey, this is the guy with the warm gravy. He's like, oh shit, that's him. And then he looked at me funny, like I did something to his gravy. And it was just, he didn't know. He became a meme inside the franchisee location that I was working at. He's like, oh dude, that's warm gravy, baby. He always asked for the gravy to be a little warm. Not the hot gravy straight up from the hot bucket. And then when he heard that we called him warm gravy, he's like, you know what? I'm gonna use that for my Reddit name. And then he just kept the name. What is gravy? It's the what was that joke? Yo mama's so fat, when she got a cut on her leg, gravy came out. How's that go? That's it, right? Gravy, I think, is just like fat and water. But reality is that it's delicious. So normally in America, when we eat mashed potatoes, we serve it with a gravy, and it's a sauce that you get by mixing the drippings of whatever, you know, meat you have. Usually it's like turkey or chicken, and then you mix in the flour until it gets thick, and then you put it on top. But it's delicious. It's like everything bad. You know that saying, whatever is bad for you tastes really good? And it's like the worse it is for you, the better it tastes. So they were like, yeah, man, fried chicken is really bad, but it's delicious. Same thing with bacon. People say soda's in that category as well. You should try the Polish Samalik. I'd never heard of that. Thick hook 'em nose. Well, yeah, man, that's how warm gravy got their name. Somehow, some way, their name was not taken on any of the platforms. No one took the name on Reddit. No one took the name on Twitch. No one took the name on Steam. And warm gravy is like, I found it, man. Y'all gotta understand, this was back in the days before they added in the, hey man, we'll give you a username for you kind of a deal. Man, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of don't like that. How I mean, it's kind of necessary. Like, I didn't think about this, but at the time, a lot of us are blessed that we were able to snipe the name that we're using today. Because this is before, like, all the kids were born, and then now they're, you know, going on the internet. Since, you know, a lot of us are older, we were there for the inception of it, so we were able to create the usernames. But it's like nowadays, if you guys make a new account for something, all the names are taken, right? And as a result, like, people will spend maybe an hour just trying to find a username because they don't want to add a number to the end of it. You know, sometimes you go hook 'em, T36. You know, sometimes the number references something. Sometimes, you know, you was the 36th person that wanted that name. Who knows? But they actually have a name generator now as part of, like, a lot of the websites. I'm low-key not that happy with that, man. Not gonna lie. Low-key not that happy. Am I too unique to have this problem? No. I saw someone with the name YCK in Twitch the other day. Spelled their name very similarly. YCK, MCIAI, and then I think it was R or L at the end. And I was like, holy shit. That's a real name. That's like kind of common. You know what I'm saying, man? I was impressed. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. I saw someone with that name, man, so I have to say no. I have to say no. I saw the names, man. We are not alone. Deezin, what is that though? Smolek? Smolek? I've never heard of that. The only thing Polish that I've heard that was pretty good was pierogies. Outside of that, I don't know much about Polish food, man. I'm be real. I mean, I'm a sucker for dumplings in general. Doesn't matter like where it's from. I just like dumplings. So like, you know, when I heard about empanadas, I had to try that out. It's not a dumpling, but it's like a deep fried pastry, and it's very similar. Of course, you know, that means I'm a sucker for Hot Pockets, but, you know, I have to stop eating that. But yeah, man. The only thing I know about Polish food is pierogies. Know nothing else about it, unfortunately. Man, this is taking forever. Even with the two. I mean, we're working on other stuff, too. So it shouldn't be too bad. Slowly working this out. Once we get that, we could finish this. Now that those are in, we can start adding in more of these pipes. All the sausage in Poland. Spent 11 months there 2 years ago. They make good sausages. Pig jam. Is it sweet? Yo, man, candied bacon, pretty good, man. Not gonna lie. Candied bacon, pretty good. We can't be mad about that. It's not sweet, the jam's the joke. Oh, okay. I feel like it's like a joke lost in translation right over my head, man. I don't know what it is that's a reference to. Oh, it's pork gravy. Oh, that's what that is. Hey, man, that sounds pretty good. People of chat, am I crazy, or do I feel like anytime people talk about soup, it's like chicken broth or vegetable broth, and then sometimes beef broth? I almost never hear about pork broth, like pork-based soup. I don't hear too much of that, man. Is that just like not common in the world? I mean, it exists, but I feel like it's just not something that is popular, I guess is what I'm saying. Soup is watered down food. It smells, to be honest. Oh, really? Is there a smell when you make pork broth? I never knew that. I've never tried to make it, though. Have you ever heard the saying, soup is thin sauce? And that soup and sauce is the same thing, fundamentally. Ramen is pork base. Beef chicken smells good. Yeah, I like ramen broth, man. Delicious. There's a richness to it that I feel like you don't get a lot of times in the other soups. Zurek awesome soup. I see you over there. You guys ever hear that? Soup and sauce is the same thing. The only difference between soup and sauce is how thin or thick it is. Like, I don't know much about it, but, you know, I have heard before that it really do be like that sometimes. Damn, look at these guys. I can't pronounce some of these words. Dude, I feel like if I get hit by a word that has no vowels, I just freeze. Oh, Deezen got Bob. Hey, man. Nightbot's gonna beat that ass, man. You gotta stop posting those websites. He's gonna bring out the belt, dude. Belt to ass. Watch out, man. Fair warning. Don't say I didn't warn you, man. Real talk, though. Hey, man, you need me to give you a permit? I got you. Oh, dude, hook 'em. He's really testing the boundaries, man. Nightbot is a fan of the uwoos. He is. He is. We have a uwu command in chat. No, we don't. Don't try it, boys. No one do exclamation point uwu. Not a thing. That lag, man. 2484. Oh, the ban him, boys. He's in. He fell for the trap. There was really no command, but that's how we're gonna know who we need to ban. Get him, boys. Nightbot, where you at? Nightbot's slacking, man. God damn it. I'm just kidding, though. These in, you fine. It's god damn it, Hookem. He's trying to do a website. Doesn't know though an exclamation point means stop in Nightbot code. No, my god, how did that not get banned? Nightbot, you sleeping, dude? What's happening? Nightbot, man. Come on, man. You bop D's in when it wasn't justified, but then you don't bop Hook'em. Yo, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Didn't pay the rent. That's fair, man. Nightbot doesn't get paid. We pay him in Mamba coins. Mamba, he doesn't like Polish food. That's fair, man. Maybe he doesn't. Is Turkish Delight Polish? Or is that Turkish? I mean, Turkish Delight. Because it's like, well, I mean, we call it French fries, but that's not a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, am I ignorant? Like, well, how does that work? What is Turkish Delight from? I heard that it'd not be that good, but you know, when you grow up with The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and you gotta have that. Well, if it's the same in English as in Polish, food called by some country has nothing in common with that country. Yeah, like I remember people are like, French fries are not from France. People are like, hamburgers are not German. Because, you know, Hamburg is a city. And then, what else is there? Hawaiian pizza is Canadian. This is the craziest thing. It was a creation from Canada. Putting pineapples on the pizza. There's a lot of stuff like that that's like, oh wow. Hawaii didn't make that. It's really weird, man. Like, how do these names come about? It's like how Arizona green tea is made in New York. I found that out today. You use pineapple on your fried rice? What in the world, dude? Wait, hold up, man. Pineapple in the fried rice. What in the grand travesties? Wait. So you do that for the sweet and spicy, because you add in the sriracha on that. and then you mix it. Wow. I'm not gonna lie, man. Low key, I feel like I'm hating on that. The only time I've ever seen pineapple and rice together is if you get the Thai sticky rice dessert. Yeah, I do not trust. This seems something that is so suspect. All right, Alpa, let me ask you this. Would you put mayo and cream cheese on your hot dog? Mayo and cream cheese. That's a thing, man. Apparently that's a thing. And I feel like it's just like what you're describing to me. It's like never would I put pineapples in my fried rice. You know what I'm saying, man? Apparently though, that's a solid combo. We put mayo, cream cheese, and caramelized onions on the hot dog. Have you tried fries on pizza? Dude, you know what's actually really good? Putting fries in anything. Fries in a burrito, it's California style, and I'm from Cali. That stuff is the business. Putting fries in a sandwich is also really good. I don't know why. The crispier the fries, the better. Fries in a burrito, fries in a sandwich. Fries on a pizza is not bad. I've had it before. A lot of times the strat is though, you get 2 slices, you put the fries on it, and then you make a sandwich. Chips in the sandwich is also pretty good. I would say if you want the crunch factor. A lot of times though, I have to get like original flavor because I don't want to add too much of like whatever seasoning powder they use, because it overpowers the sandwich. Yeah, fries mushy, yo man, that is not the business. Crispy fresh fries are really good. It's something that I feel like if you've ever had crispy fries that are fresh, it's really hard to beat. Alpa, I could roll a D20 for you. You want that, man? I could have Nightbot decide for you. I could roll a dice. Nightbot will decide your fate. Oh, I have to do it. So, basically, do you know what a D20 is? It's a 20-sided die. I have a Nightbot command where he rolls that for you. There, man. See, I could do it. You can't do it, though. You roll 1 to 20, and then I roll a 5. See, you can't do it. I could do it. That's why I'm asked if you want me to do it for you, man. This is what we call in the business privilege. You are not privileged, Alpa, unfortunately. If you are subbed to my channel, you guys have this privilege, by the way. So subs in chat, if any of you guys are subbed, you guys do have this privilege. But yeah, I roll it for you. You have to call it though in chat. What is the number? It has to be above or below. You have to be subbed. D's in, man. No badge. Nightbot's checking the certified legit badge. You know, it has to be certified. Oh shit! Alpa coming in with the tier 1. I can't believe he actually did it. Thank you so much. Welcome to the city, supporting me and the Bombas. Hope you enjoy your stay. Enjoy the emoji that is at reviewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. But yo, man, thank you so much, Alpa. Do the commands. Do the D20, man. Flex the privilege. Baited, but need to try the roll. Hey, man, thank you so much for supporting me, man. It was indeed a bait, but you know what, man? The support goes a long way, so thank you so much. 13? That's solid. He didn't call it, though. What happens when he gets a 13? The legendary 20-sided die. Yeah, man. He rolled the 13th on Friday the 13th. Is that double bad luck? Or is that double good luck? When I hear people would say Friday the 13th is considered Good Friday, I was like, wait, hold up. Then why is it that we call it bad luck? Oh, snap. He's doing it. Right? It's good. I've seen it on the calendars. It's good. Wait, we have 2 Friday the 13th in a row? Wow, we did. February had a Friday the 13th as well. I didn't know that. Yeah, the leap year stuff. Wow. That might be the first time I've ever seen that, dude. That's crazy. It was the happiest day of my life, to be honest. That's awesome, dude. That stays. That's what you want to hear, man. In a world where people are having tough times and sad days, it's good to hear when people are having good days. So shout out to you, man. Hope you have more of these awesome days in your future. Hey, holy shit. Miss Chemical Stairs coming in with a tier 1. Coming in with 77 months. On my Lakers right now, we have a player called Luka Doncic. That's his jersey number, 77. And goddamn, that's a long time of support. Welcome back to the city council. Hope you guys hope you enjoyed your time here. Thank you, Miss Chemical Stairs. If you guys don't know Miss Chemical Stairs, she is a movie critic. She goes out to the movies anytime she can when she has free time. And she has her own blog where she rates the movies. She has the, she call it the chemical scale. And she bases it off of the pH scale that they have in science. So there's a 0, but it goes negative. It's kind of weird, but it works out. It works out. Somehow getting a 0 is not bad. Movie tier list. Yep. Miss Chemical Stairs has seen 1,000 movies. Started when she was young. She doesn't get paid for it, man. She does it out of her free time. Damn it, Decent. Is that how that works? I'm thinking about something else with a negative positive. I'm thinking of something else, man. Goddamn. But yo, man, thank you so much, Miss Chemical Stairs. I see you over there. Hope you've been well. How are you? Today I found out that the Arizona Drink Company is based in New York, despite the name of the company called Arizona. It really baffles me sometimes how these companies name themselves. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Crazy stuff, man. Dude, it's like, did they lie though? I kind of did just assume that, you know, they were in Arizona. Right? I kind of assumed, I guess. Really do be like that sometimes. Zero is most acidic and 14 is most alkaline. I thought that was -9 +9 for some reason. What was a scale? I thought it was like a -10 +10 is the max. And that really alkaline, really acidic was on that -10 +10. That's what I thought it was. Miss Chemical Stairs, oh man, this is just an idea. That could be a cool idea. You start a movie rating blog, and then, oh man, you're gonna start getting that sweet ad revenue. Did you see the blood moon on March 3rd? I'm not gonna lie, man. I have not paid attention to like lunar events in the longest time. But I remember when I was young, there was a historic blood moon, and I was in the car with my sister. So you know the front windshield, right? And then it's like my sister's over here driving, and then I'm in the bucket seat here, right? So I saw the moon go like this, out and over. Like it took out all of the front windshield when I was little. That was the biggest blood moon I've ever seen. To this day, it's never gotten that large. Like, it was huge. Long time ago, though. But yeah, I haven't seen that, no. I haven't paid attention to the lunar events either. It's been a long time since I have. It was, man. I've never seen anything close. It's a crazy thing. I think Majora's Mask was coming out at the time, and it was like, oh shit. It's just like the video games. Legend of Zelda, we need to be saved by the hero. The moon is going away further and further. In a few million years, it will fly away into space. No, man, and then it comes back, slingshot status. Mamba does not eat people food. Mom's the only cat we have. Mamba, best cat, though. Mamba, best cat. Alright, that's fine. Alright, good stuff. Let's get into the printing pod. Ooh, it's a shovel, baby. We don't want those. They're gonna eat all of our metal. And you know what? That's probably not a bad thing. Now I think that's probably not a bad thing. And then we're still moving out a lot of items here. That's fine. Man, we might need another stream to finish this. I do kind of want to finish the run today, though, if I can. Like, this is all we really need to do. I guess we could put a third one here. Mamba, I hear you, baby. Yes. Wow. I hear you, Mambas. I would put Mom on the cam, but he doesn't want to stay in one place. It's for the YouTube series. I mean, on the YouTube right now is just VODs. I mean, we could continue another stream. Not a problem, to be honest. We could finish this on another stream and then do like a half day and we switch games mid-stream. I'm not really too like hard pressed for it. It's just kind of like I kind of wanted, you know, myself to kind of finish it today. But yeah, not really necessary. Doesn't have to be something we get done. I hear you, little babies. Honestly, Mama's been a blessing. He has been the best kitty cat I've ever had. Easily, hands down. I feel like Mamba's the reason why I would say Scottish Folds are the best cat. And it's not because of Taylor Swift. It's because of Mamba. Also, being the designated safe person for the kitty cat's also awesome. Whoa, is there insulated doors now? Yeah, that got added in the recent patch. I think in December, they added in an insulated door. It uses reed fiber as the kind of way to kind of force you to get this. But it's pretty good. Basically insulated tiles. It's I don't mind it. The only thing is that it's kind of slow to build, but it's pretty good. Still lack airlock doors. Yeah, that's modded. I don't know if they're ever gonna add that. It's something right now at the moment that it's a modded feature. Taylor Swift is a Scottish fold cat. No, there was this thing. So, a little bit more backstory for Mamba. So Mamba was born, right, from a cat breeder. They had a bunch of cat breeds, and the reason why Scottish fold started getting expensive is because of her. She likes Scottish folds, Taylor Swift, and so she had this thing where she would post her cats on like Instagram or something, and they had to bend over ears, and people didn't know about that. And then after she started posting all the pictures, people like were like, "Oh my God, Scottish folds!" And as a result, they blew up in popularity. I kind of attribute it to her. I don't know if it actually is all her. Like, I'm not actually sure. And for the most part, she's the reason why I would attribute, at least, the price for getting a Scottish Folds went up. So at the time while that was all happening, we have a family friend that they were breeding animals. Basically, they weren't like actively breeding. It's just they would have cats and dogs, and they would sell the litter that they would have when their cats or dogs get pregnant. So they had two Scottish folds. They had the orange Scottish fold and an all white Scottish fold. And then when they had their litter, they, sold all the cats. Now, easily, everyone got sold except Mamba. Sad Mamba noises. Mamba deserves better. But effectively, no one wanted a black cat, right? Sad times. So naturally, they ended up with just Mamba being unsold. It eventually got to a thing where they were done breeding and they didn't want to do it anymore, and they were moving on from it. And they kind of just had to get rid of Mamba. So they hit up us up, and they were like, "Hey, do you guys want a cat?" And I was like, "Yeah, hell yeah!" So we went over, picked him up, and a little bit more backstory for Mamba from there if you guys don't know about it. He was a cat that was in a litter where he was the only black cat. Like I said, his parents was a orange cat, beautiful orange cat. That was the dad. Immediately got adopted, first cat. And then, oh Mamba, I hear you, baby. We're talking about you. And then his mom is an all-white Scottish fold. The dad got adopted first, and then all of his brothers and sisters in the litter. And then they were going to have his mom, the white Scottish fold, get adopted. But they're like, no, we're going to keep him so that the kitten could be raised properly, because they need someone to raise it. Because the person that wanted to get the mom didn't want Mamba. And as a result, they kept the mom. Now, Mamba eventually got up to like 2 years old. He was full size when I got him. He's the same size that I got him now. So he was fully grown already. And then what happened was that it was, picked him up. He, air quotes, moved in. And the rest is history. That's the story of how Mamba got adopted. So Mamba was the ugly duckling of the bunch. Not so much that he was ugly, because he's a beautiful boy. But black cat, superstition, all that bad stuff. Feels bad for the black cats, man. They got this stigma attached to them for no reason. But yeah, Mamba's been best cat I've ever had, easily. It's not even close. But yeah, my family friend, they were selling Scottish folds because I guess profitable. You know what's kind of weird? Mamba like the snake. Yep, that's why he was kind of named after. When they have all black eyes too. Eyes are charismatic. His eyes are green, but the center of his eyes are black. like where his pupils are. However, if its pupils dilate, it looks all black. It's gotta dilate though. You would go into the magma just to dig that tile. Come on, Gilbert. Alright, solidifying the magma. This is dormant. We could start doing the analysis actually. Once we bring down this layer down, we could start analyzing and not worrying too much. If I can build this, that would be pretty nice though. You know what's one thing that's kind of weird? Mamba's actual, like, his skin is not black. It's just his fur. All black heads have green eyes. That's true. I want to say I've seen one with a yellowish green. Like, more yellow than green. But yeah, that's more or less usually the case. Food decay, pinch of pepper, no, that's fine. You know what? Maybe we will continue this because it feels like we do need a handful more hours on this to actually finish. And actually say it's complete. Because I do want to go through a run through and see whether or not there's other things we got to do still. So because of the fact that I want to have a run through, I'm thinking we will have another stream of this. Because while everything is good, I want to make sure, double check. Like that hydrogen backing up kind of sucked. I don't want that to happen with the other stuff. Maybe some extra reservoirs for the pea water here wouldn't be bad. Third, dumper. I don't think that's gonna cut off enough time. I think we're just gonna have to do another stream for this, which is not gonna be bad. Just partial stream. It's not gonna be full. I think it's gonna be fine because we still don't have the graveyard for Zarek. I want to get him a great monument too. I mean, that wouldn't take too long. We have everything for that. Right? We have everything you need for the monument. We have 40 tons of steel. It's gonna be fine. But we gotta move the dude's body, dude. Look at Zarek. Feels bad. Oh shit! It's Zarek! 2.0. The robots are taking over. He looks just like him, dude. They even swapped clothes. Dude, that's the bionic clothes. But this guy's bionic. But then he's wearing the default dupe clothes. Yo, man, something fishy's going on. Something real fishy's going on. The original died, yet he's wearing the clothing. That's a little bit suspect. That's supposed to be how that works. If I sieve an environment of polluted oxygen and natural gas, will it filter out to oxygen or it still be polluted oxygen? Wait, sticky boots. So you're filtering with the filter, right? Gas filter, let's say that. And you filter the environment of polluted oxygen and natural gas. Will it filter out to oxygen, or it's still going to be polluted? It's still going to be polluted. The filter itself doesn't do anything. You have to use a deodorizer if you want to change it to oxygen. Otherwise, it's always going to be polluted. The deodorizer is the building you would need to convert. But the filter itself, the building here, does nothing. This is more like a sorter than it is a filter. In that sense, it just separates the gas and then gives it its own pipeline for you to use separately. So it might seem a little weird, but that, yeah, it'd be a little weird like that. Work like that though. Deodorizer pipe hookup. No. Deodorizer is a area of effect. So what that means is the deodorizer has a radius like this. The building included and this area with the tiles, if polluted oxygen gets inside, it would filter it and then release the oxygen where the building is. So you have to just have it in an environment that is polluted oxygen. In my case right here, you see we have polluted oxygen. It's because our deodorizers pull the gas from the bottom into the building, and then it releases the oxygen, which is why our pressure is too high. Yeah, there's a mod on the workshop that does exactly that. Etsuritsu. It's a building range mod. It basically does, you know how you do an auto sweeper? There's like a squares. It basically does that, but for everything. So the deodorizer has one, right? It's going to do the big cross. It's going to show you that the pump is very similar. It's bottom left tile. It pumps this range and then this range. It's a plus on the bottom left. So it's like it will visualize a lot of those things for you so that you have a better idea of what's going on with that. Thank you. For sure, for sure. Alright, popping out the magmas. Almost done. We will want a tile there for the spillover. This is not going to end up being there. We'll just keep it there for now. And then technically, yeah, this needs to be a tile there to complete this anyways. How are you filtration medium? Sand, 88 tons. Every now and then I'll go into here and go to salt and hit 99. If I need sand, because it's 100 to 100. It's really nice. So if we need it, we just crush it, because we get the salt from the salt geysers. So anytime you have a salt geyser, you have sand from that for free. Really nice, because it's makes it so that you don't have to think about getting sand or regolith or anything like that. Push come to shove, you could always do a Pokeshell ranch. So one of the things that you might be doing is feeding your Pakus. They actually poop out pea dirt, right? You could make it so that you put a Pokeshell inside. I mean, I wouldn't, because they would probably beat up the fish. But there's a synergy there. The Pokeshells will eat the pea dirt from the Paku and then give you sand. The CC, are you there? The CC. Now, if you really need it, you could always crush any of the minerals that you have. So technically, if you have the deodorizers running, you could crush the ceramic back into sand. Because if you're deodorizing polluted oxygen, you're going to have a lot of clay. Right? So it's something that's kind of a meme, but it is there. I don't know if the CC's here. But what I said earlier actually happened. I didn't think it would, but it actually did. The little babies. Mamba on the cam. He's here, boys. Mama's finally here. He's just chilling on the beds right now. We would normally have Mamba on the cam if he's on the bed, because it's easy for him to get put on the camera that way. Little baby's hanging out though. Yeah, I'm on the ceramic loop. Okay. And if that's not enough, yeah, you'll probably have to do poke shells. Pea dirt, you could always get that from a lot of things. You could just let your food rot if that's the case, right? And then you'll just get rot piles and pea dirt. Poke shells eat rot piles as well, so it's pretty good for that. And then scaling up poke shells means more steel, right? Because you get more poke shell molt for lime. You could always convert them to, like, if you do the you do oak shell, you'll start getting wood. If you do sandy shell, you get food back. I believe they still all, no wait, actually I'm not sure if they poop sand. Never mind. I'm not actually sure if that's the case. Oak shells still give you sand. It's a reduced amount though, right? Sandy shells is at 35, and then regulars are at 35 as well. Yeah, so sandy shells would probably be the best if you want shellfish. It's not bad. But yeah, you got some options. You got some options. One of the things I will say is putting a poke shell next to your water sieve is good synergy, because your water sieve is going to get sand and then push out pea dirt. The poke shell could eat the pea dirt, get its sand, and then you'll have sand for the building again. It is not positive or net zero. You're going to still need to add in your own amount of sand, but it reduces the need because you're eating it at the source, right? You don't have to worry too much about it. If you want, you could do a room where you have all your sieves at, and then the pea dirt could all just be automatically swept in by having a sweeper in the area, right? And then you could use that sweeper to kind of pick up the poke shell eggs and move it out so that no one gets beat up. I've done a build like that. It's just, you know, it feels not really like a real build because it's not really like solving any problems. It just makes it not as resource hungry. But it's an idea. It's an idea. Heat transfer mechanic on doors is amazing and allows a lot of peculiar builds. It's weird. I don't know if they patched out the weird door open close glitch, where if a door is open, the temperature of the door doesn't change. But you could do something weird where you could use that temperature of the door for whatever purpose, and someone froze a door to like minus 200 and then used it to make liquid oxygen, and it was free, right? Because they were using a weird glitch to effectively duplicate the cooling. I don't know if that got patched out, man. I remember that was a thing though for a while. That would be something I would categorize myself as a glitch, though. Lava pours into the liquid tile thing and have it solidify. Falls elsewhere. What's the order to fall? I think I've seen it in one of your videos. So I think you're talking about if you have something solidify in here, where does it pop out? It pops out up and then clockwise, if that's what you're asking. So if it solidifies inside of a mesh, it always goes up first and then clockwise. So that means if it solidifies and this is blocked, it's gonna pop out here. And then if that's blocked, it pops out here. And then if that's blocked, right, it keeps going. So that would be, if that's what you're talking about, how that works. The same thing happens if you do it with a door. So I've done this before. You do a design like this. And basically you spill magma, the door is open. And then when the door is open, the heat transfer to here happens. And then the liquid solidifies. And then you close the... Well, no, you need a mesh tile here. You close the door and the item pops out here. I've done that before. You could use your door to open, close, to push on commands. Because one of the things you can do with that is use the weight plate sensor. So that you could, you know, only close once you get a certain amount. Weight plate. You put the door... Oh, I'll autosave lag. Let me wait for that. And then it's usually something like this. So the heat gets dragged out here. You spill in from the top, right? Whether it's a liquid vent or a bottle drainer. And then once you have enough weight from the debris item piling up, the door closes and pushes the item out here. Some weird automation. I haven't found a real good use to that because technically this is better than using the door for the magma. I used to use that setup though for the magma and the volcanoes. It worked out really well. It's just that this is technically better. You don't have to have open closing doors, which is generating lag. So it's like, that's always going to be better. Mesh just works. Especially if you have steel. Okay. Still sweeping. It's taking some time. Let's get the people working on that. Instead of working on the wood, this is about done. This side. Sulfur's going down 106. That means that we're eating enough of the sucrose. That means we're fine then. What we're gonna do with the hot debris. So I am on this tamer. We're gonna fill this up and run the aqua tuner so that the igneous we could start feeding to the hatches. So these guys eat igneous, but I don't want to burn up the map, so I have to cool it down. And then after that, yeah, that should be it. Should be fine, should be fine. I am kind of thinking, though, whether I should try to use this power or just kind of run the aqua tuner nonstop. Because running an aqua tuner nonstop is kind of power hungry. I wouldn't be too mad, I guess, to do this. And take this power for the aqua tuner. This one should be fine. But yeah, the hot debris here, we're gonna chill it and then feed it to hatches. The iron that we have that's hot, we're gonna feed it to the slugs. You gotta feed the critters, gotta feed them. This is about ready. I guess we could get started. Timer sensor here. In Metal Volcano Tamers, I saw you use Steam Chamber to cool down. Yeah, that's gonna be here. It's just sad it's water still. Eventually, though. It's gonna heat up. Lag. Big lag. Alright, we is good. Oh, we freaking tuned this up. We didn't need to. Yeah, it should be fine. $41. Oh, my man's swimming in the magma. In which form does the material transfer heat more? It depends. So it's not a single thing. It's always an equation of the two different things. So when you're doing heat transfer, you have to transfer from one to another, right? It depends on those two combinations. So the state doesn't matter. It's what you're interacting with that matters. Because each thing has a different equation. Technically, the item on the floor, solid, so a debris tile, inside of a metal tile is technically the highest heat transfer you could do. So when you're running a conveyor round inside of a solid tile, you're entombing the item on the rail. That entombment is the highest multiplier. So that means if you run a rail system where the items go through the metal tiles like this, that's technically the best. If that makes sense. You can technically remove this. Pretty good. But yeah, it's based off of how everything at the same temperature, you have to follow an equation. The equations are on the wiki. How they do the equations for the heat transfer? No. Yes and no. The pipes have the pipe that's radiant, but it's the pipe itself. So you have to transfer the water to the pipe and then the pipe to the metal. The pipe to the metal happens, but you get slowed down by the water to the pipe. Right? So that's that, yes and no, because it's not directly the water that's going to be able to chill it. If that makes sense. It's kind of confusing with that. So the pipeline that you run has the entombment property, but the liquid in the pipe has to interact with the pipe that it's in. And then that's a different equation, right? That's just water pipe. Now, I'm not sure how that works. It might be something where the radiant pipe just takes on the thermal properties of the liquid that's inside. That might be exactly how it works, or it could also interact the way that you're describing it, where the water is technically entombed, so the heat transfer there is really good. But yeah, that's a little bit kind of like a weird mix of the two, and I'm not actually 100% sure. That's a good question, though. This game's rocket science. They tried, man. They tried. They actually have rocket science in the first game, and it was too hard for a lot of people. Oh man, it's so funny. They had a multivariable equation in the rocket part for the fueling in the base game. So the weight of the rocket determines the spread of which the fuel and the oxidizer gets spent and how the efficiency works. So if you're in a certain weight range, not even weight range, the weight was a variable. The thing is that the more fuel you add, the more weight you add. So it was this weird thing where like filling up your rocket full of fuel wouldn't actually take you the furthest because the fuel is holding back the rocket itself. And people visualized it by putting it on a graph. And it's something like, if this is max fuel, if this is max fuel, so no fuel, 100% full, and this is distance, so let's say this is 10,000, this is 0. Like, a lot of the rockets look like this. Halfway, somewhere in the middle, you would get the furthest, in a sense that it will take you to the furthest amount. And then the more fuel you add, the more weight you add, and it holds it back, so you wouldn't be able to go that far. Now, it's not exactly like this, it's more like this. And then it just kind of stops right here, it doesn't go all the way down. But that was the graph for all the rockets and the fueling. So you had to do math to figure it out. Actual rocket science. And that's part of the reason why I feel a lot of people didn't want to play the game. It's like, I don't want to do rocket science, and they're not memeing. You actually have to calculate. That's a crazy thing. You actually have to calculate that. It was so annoying because there's only so many configurations of rockets, and the destinations were discrete chunks. Yep. They ended up having a thing where they would just put the common combinations, and then they just had a spreadsheet, and it was easy to do it at that point. Someone worked out all the math, put the information on a spreadsheet, and then that's how a lot of people beat the game. Shout out to that dude that did it. I don't know the dude that did it though. Don't know who that was. But they saved Oni part of the way. It really do be impressive sometimes how difficult some of the stuff could be. Sweeping's almost done. 120. It's getting hot. All right, so one of the things I think we're gonna do is, once the liquid disappears, we're gonna seal off this part. No, I still have to sweep a lot. That's the problem, actually. Too much sweepage. All right, so we'll take this stuff, move them out here. Take that stuff, move it out here. Take that stuff, move it here. Take this stuff, move it there. All right, we just want to move out as much of the items as we can, because we just want to get it on this side so that we could seal off this side. I mean, we'll still have to dig up a lot of the stuff, but we don't want the steam from doing that. How do you carry multiple? Oh, I'm using a mod. You see this? Mass move to? That's the name of the mod. You know how items in this game have relocate? It's a sweeping relocate button. Really good. I would highly recommend it. It is very quality of life, man. It's so good. Really good mod. Would recommend. 10 out of 10. With rice, 7 out of 10. Pretty good. Finally finished my Arizona, dude. Should be good, should be good. Damn, 17 or 1275. They did not mess around. Ice, we don't need this. All right, 103 tons. Like running out of sulfur, I'm not really too worried about. We're not growing plants, we're just feeding Sweetles. CO2 is good. Ooh. Polluted oxygen. You know, that's fine. Downloaded it. Nice. Good stuff. It's a good mod, man. I'd recommend it. Alright, not bad. We gotta do this now. I only use show range and rotate. Oh, I have a mod I'd recommend. You see this pool of water? Mops the whole pool. You don't have to use it, but it's decent mod. That's all it does. One click mops the entire puddle. It's pretty good. Another one I use is right here. Sweep has a menu. So this means that you get to sweep the items that you want to sweep. So because I do this infinite storage, I do this sweep only for the items that go into the storage, and we sweep to the area right there. This one, the mopping one, is called Smart Mop. There we go. Sweep by type is this one. The menu for the sweeping gives you the menu from the storage bin. And then the other one is called Smart Mop. And then I still use pliers. There's disconnect tool, but I still use pliers because you get a big radius instead of disconnect being only 2 squares. Those are my mods, man, that I use. Very little. Very QOL style mods. Makes Oni life a little bit easier. Alright, we haven't gone down to the bottom yet, but it's fine. Power usage is fine. This is back up. No issues there. No issues there. No issues there. Pretty good. This is fine. This is actually almost done. Okay, so this is 14, 15. I actually think I'm okay here. but I'm not actually sure if it's actually okay. Kind of still want to pump. I'm thinking that once we pump out this layer, I could just open up the bottom and let the magma spill in, and I think I'll be fine. Problem is that if it spills over, I break I break the build. So I'm a little worried, man. We're so close to moving out the magma. I still gotta analyze this. Alright, just to make sure. Natty gas, good. Overflow. Wood seems fine. Consuming the water. How much is this? We have 24 cycles and we have about 4.5 bins because both of these are partial. CO2 looks good, so there's no real problem there. And then we have 4 extra reservoirs down here. I think we'll be fine. Because this does consume enough with the plants. It's just we don't convert it fast enough. I think that's going to be okay, though. This is dumping out to the first planet, which isn't an issue because that's more than enough. Now that this is active, all the water here emptied out. Really nice. Cool steam. Dominated. Our little water box setup is pretty good. The coolant down here comes from this. Looks like I should get a reservoir here to hold some of the water. Because in the dormant times, this is getting warm. Activity in 39 cycles. That's tough. No water coming here at 29 degrees. Alright, that would be one thing I guess we could add. And then we'll want to get some more cooling there, which shouldn't be too bad. How are you handling cooling? This side, I have this AETN running a loop. So we're using the hydrogen that we're generating from the spawn. And we're running this as a cooling. It works, I guess. This is just looping water. There's no automation here outside of just a continuous loop. And we're just chilling at the top room. We also run... The aqua tuner here is funny. This is coming in at 88, but that's because this is at 95 minus 14. That's about 81. And then run that on the turbine. So yeah, it looks bad at 88, but it's never going to heat up. Because it's only turning on when this is feeding out. And then when it does, we maintain the temperature. This is getting the cool salt slush right here at minus 10. Stuff on this side have aqua tuners. This cooling from the cool steam vent comes from the cool slush. So the logic is simple. Water box. The cold water deposits the cold temperature here and warms up. When it warms up, we could actually desalinate it without the water freezing. And then on the double side, we get to solidify the steam. As soon as it spawns, it becomes water, and then we just pump it out. Outside of that, yeah, AQ. Both of these are on AQ, the wood burners. I'm lagging. $24.99. With 5 low payments, you'll get an extra set of ShamWows for free. Act fast, or we're gonna be sold out, fam. God damn, we actually, this is the longest standing colony I've ever played. I've never had a colony play this long because I would usually beat the game before then. Way before this. Another thing is that I normally don't have a planet with 30 geysers on it. There were 30 geysers on this planet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. 32 geysers. No space. We banned doing rockets because the goal is tame every geyser and use the resources it produces. So that means we have volcanoes. We have to feed the hatches the igneous. I did not want to do that for all of the planets because I would lag out before then. So it's like, oh, oil, we're making plastic. Oh, more magma, feed the hatches. We got CO2, feed the bees. They're huffing the CO2 and going to sleep. Water, you know, feed the plants. Pea water, bog buckets. Natty gas, just burn the gas. No smart battery, these are always running. So technically no space so that we could kind of legitimize how that challenge works. And then second planet, same thing. Geyser in the magma core, we gotta dig it out. Second geyser in the magma core, gotta dig it out as well. And then, you know, same thing. Do all the geyser stuffs. I assume you don't need nuclear power for, so no need for uranium. Yeah. I don't know if you see this. My tower, my power tower be long. This is you. This is the guy she warns you to not be worried about. There is about 23 batteries with 100,000 kgs per battery. That's 2.3 million, dude. Watts. 2.3 million. God damn. That's so much power. And then on this side, I have a battery tower here. It's small. Another one right there. Double towers. And then we got another tower there. We got all the battery power from the volcanoes. 2.32 gigawatts. Yep. That's exactly what the reference was. You know what it'd be? Blueberry. But yeah, man. We got the power. It is pretty good, I will say. And this is our last geyser that we have to tame. Like, it's about done. We just have to do the proper steps so we don't have disaster. But otherwise, yeah. I want to say our challenge is about complete. 2,500 cycles. The big quarter... 10,000. What's 10,000? Is there a word for 10,000 that's a word that's not the word 10,000? Like, you know how a century is 1,000? There's no word for that, right? Millennia? Is millennia 10,000 or 100,000? Centuries 100. Is millennia 1,000? Oh man, I don't know, man. It feels bad. I wish I'd gone to school. But yeah, man, we're at the quarter mark. Kind of. Yeah, moving out the magmas so that we have room for activities. Moving a lot of the items out. Oh, this is done. That's so nice. And then once we move out these items to the side, we could slowly sweep out the rest. And then I want to have this space so that we could start eating the igneous here. We got to feed some hatches. A decade is 10. A millennium's 1,000. I see you. So there's no ward for 10,000. Feels bad, feels bad. Like there's no like pre-designated word for that. I say this because I remember we had something called my roommate was turning 25 and we was kids. Around 21 we was of age to drink. Yep, totally. And we was making fun of him and was like, we started inviting folks to the party. It's like, hey man, the homies having the quarter century party, y'all want in? So we tried to make him sound as old as possible. We called it the quarter century party. He was turning 25, man. It wasn't that bad. We made it sound like it was like end of days though, man. Feels bad at the same time, you know, it's kids being kids. That would be the closest thing, but a bastardization of Latin. That's fair. See, I'm probably just gonna say there's no word. We could make a word, but it's like I just say 10,000 years. There's a word for that in Polish. That's fair. I can't pronounce that though. Sounds like I'm ordering something from Wiener Schnitzel. I'm just kidding. I can't pronounce that though. I'm gonna be real, man. And it looks like you're just saying the same word twice. I don't know, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Alright, to verify this side, I technically need to sweep this still, which is why I think it's going to be time consuming. And what we need to do is move out the items so we could dig out the rest and then move out the liquids. This is a vacuum now, sweet. And then we want to do that so that we could start using this space for hatch ranching. We need this space for hatch ranching because I need to eat the igneous, and then I want to pull this down so that we could have the items, the iron volcano, not be exposed, and then we could run that into the base. And then our iron tamer is going to be nice. The hydrogen's already chilling, 98.4. The magma's fine. AQs are chilling. Not that much heat anymore because all of the magma solidified. Looking pretty good. The Wheeze ward's trying to work. Trying is keyword. Okay, this is up there. How have we not... How have we not kept up with this? I'm so confused. We should have kept up with the pitcher puppy. It should not have gone this high. Oh, I guess we got 15 cycles before the next eruption, so it's fine, I guess. I guess we might want to lower this a little bit. Wouldn't be bad. Yeah, this is kind of low. Come on, guys, add in the magma. Do I really need this to be shorter interval on the green side? Yeah, we have the bottles here that we haven't been able to pull out. Alright, so maybe we do... One full bottle got delivered, 180. And we do have a little bit of time before the next eruption happens. Honestly, this looks fine. But I do kind of want to push this a little bit more. This aqua tuner, it's 102%. Did I see that? That's illegal. Can I go 102? How is that number flashing 101? That looks so weird. Oh, it's going down. While the temperature is going down. Why? 181. Okay. So I might want to do a 160 here. So the intervals between is a little bit more. Because we want to heat this up a little bit more. Should be fine though. It's finally dipping down to 40. And then this is just magma properties. Alright, might as well. We're going to sweep out all the items here. And just put it on the tile. Just to lock it away. We want to do that just because it's easier to deal with that way. And it's like, we don't need to actually utilize the heat. This is a lot of the hot abyssalite around the volcano to start off with. I guess we can't sweep that, but the rest of the stuff we can. We're not using steel for anything right now, so we could do this. This is just to build out some of the temperature plates that we'll deal with. Oh, this is hot now. There we go. Maybe 160 was a little too much. No, it's cooling down. It's cooling down. $180. Not bad. Dupe inside, building out my temperature plates. We're doing a weird strat here to reset the temperature of the material. He's pumping. Alright, cool. We're gonna do this. Move out the rest of the steel. I should have really put a second steam turbine with that. That would have been nice. Alright, drop everything down. Background buildings. Let them decon. Doors are locked. Temperature to temp shift plates reset it back down to 45, which is why we did that. So now when we deconstructed, the temperature is no longer super hot because the bots have been swimming in magma, right? That in and of itself makes it so that it's hot. Sweep the steel. Looks weird, but it's gonna be fine. Alright, now we do this. That sweeps it. This is just cool water. Slowly moving it out. Wood's still good. Everything's looking good over here. It's just the water I'm a little worried about. 3.5, and we have... Oh, so every 5 we fill a bin. So we have enough space then. It's just if we keep the CO2, that's kind of really all it is. We got to keep the CO2 cool enough. I mean, populated, basically. Because it vacuums out because we overconsume sometimes. It's pretty good. Still got to move out a lot of the items, let the dupes kind of work. There's a lot of sweeping to be done here still. Moving out the items. Can't blame them. That is something we do want them to do. Oh, wait. Take the wart seed. Let's go. 2/8. Not bad. So they're going to use the steel up top. Same thing. Have them supply the steel. They shouldn't be pulling from this because it's a sweep errand. So it's already tied to a job. And then that's all the steel there, right? Yep. We're going to allow someone inside. They're going to build. And then all the hot temp shift plate at 900 degrees. It's going to go back down. Kind of cheesy, but it's just how we're doing this for now. Because technically, we could just run the steel through the cooling box. I just didn't want to do it. People be building good stuff. Now, we also have like 40 tons of steel. It's not really a big thing. We have a lot of steel. A lot of lime, a lot of steel. Not really too worried about it. No way! The phosphorus gas is becoming... I guess some of the items back here are really that hot, huh? Phosphorus gas? Of all things. It is what it is. We'll let it do its thing then. Alright, nice. Another setup done. Bop this. Background buildings. And reset temperature. Pretty good. 190. Not even running too hard. That's pretty good. So basically, when you add in more heat, the turbine absorbs more heat, right? Because it's a percentage of the steam. So the aqua tuner has to work a little bit harder. I just want to make sure we're not pushing this to 100%, because that means this might be heating up, and we won't be able to keep up with it. Only thing that kind of sucks, right? Lock, so we could sweep the steel back again. Alright, and sweep that back out. 4,500, it's not a lot. So that should be good. Moving a lot of the obsidian. 185. Alright, so technically I do have to do this. Obsidian tile. And we're doing this so that we could build a tile and push in the magma. Still want to try to add as much as we can. And then we're going to let the rest of it pool. We could start analyzing this soon. Jumping down from here. Almost got it, boys. It does look like we do need another day just to finish off some of the builds. That's a little bit time consuming, like the sweeping right there. I'm thinking whether or not I should just move the hatches from what we're doing here and split the line in half. That would probably work out the best. I probably should do that. Run a second conveyor belt to feed hatches into here. That way I don't have to do additional ranching. We just focus on what we got and let the extra hatches kind of split, because we have too many hatches here. And then we just got to set up a cooling loop so that we can pull out the items. The meat, the coal, all that good stuff. Got a little bit lag. Okay. Ooh, that's solidified igneous. We could dig both of these. Looking pretty good. Still sweeping that, which is fine. Not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, we will have another stream of this colony, and we're probably not going to spend that much time on the next stream. We just got to do some sweeping, get the hatches built, and then start consuming our igneous so that it's not that high up. This is at 965. I used to be at like 1200 tons, so this is kind of good or bad. The iron at 160 is probably to do with this iron right here. No, that's 19. So I might just need to start feeding the hatches here some iron. We'll have to see. I mean the hatches, these plug slugs. And then it looks like copper, gold. I guess we could start feeding it cobalt. This is pea dirt. Oh, we was feeding in a poke shell here before. That's right. We don't need to do that anymore. Looking pretty good. So, really nice, people of chat. This is gonna be where we wrap things up for the night. We'll be continuing this on Monday. So we should be good. I might want to do a critter culling because we have too many of these guys. Thanks for all the tips anytime, y'all. Appreciate you guys for coming in and hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. after this run, I believe we are going to be trying to do Mind the Gap achievement. Not really speed run, but kind of speed run. That is going to be the achievement where you have to go to this point of interest and basically mine the resource with diamonds, and then bring the resource back and get 10 tons of resource, or something like 100 tons. So you have to do a lot of rocket automation, rocket fueling, setting in diamonds, coming back with cargo. So we're going to do that so that to see if we could mess with the new drocone system, because they did change that and I haven't played with that since. And if we could automate the new spaced out rockets. I mean, they're not new, but they got automation here that we haven't really done. So that would be how that works, that we would probably want to handle. And that's going to be our next run after this. After that, we might do another challenge run, but we'll see. Want to do the Mind the Gap run first. So guys, it is going to be time for me to wrap things up for the night. Let's get that saved.